click go live. Speak of the
Okay,
fucking.
I got to do the at everyone in my Discord.
Oh right, I'll actually add everyone too, because this is like kind of a
This is a
different thing for
thing.
me as well. Why the fuck did OnlyFans ping me? Okay, that doesn't matter.
Surprise, we need you to raid, Mauled.
Dude, if that was God, if that was the ping, I would be
Vacating the stream
unstoppably
immediately.
psyched. I would be unstoppably psyched if that was the call. But no, I am guaranteed not doing shit with that guild until OnlyFans 3 whenever it happens.
Beautiful. Oh my god, I feel so naked without music playing. Hang on. I need to get my playlist. Marwick, thank you for the Prime sub.
Jesus
Frame 1.
Christ, you're
Crimson
already
Fox
you're
73,
already
thank you for
fucking
the
a
Prime sub.
what a sellout. What a sellout.
Hey, they subbed. They spent their money on me. Well, these are
What
Prime
a-
subs. They spent Jeff Bezos' money on me.
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, never mind. Anthem of the World, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 4th
What
month
a
in a row.
sellout.
Welcome back to the dog home. And Ellie, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. My goon Vizier is here. DMC, not only do we have a slideshow, we have a slideshow I made. I made this PowerPoint. We've chroma keyed elk. We're doing wait, did we accept the stream together thing yet?
Oh no, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
we
think
did.
so. Hang on.
Hold on. We're docking. I have now docked us. Okay, so now the chats should be combined. We can all see each other.
I was like, this is really quiet.
I'm ready to see your god awful takes. Fuck off, Arya. We have good and correct opinions, except for the ones where Elk disagrees with me.
Yeah, you know.
So do we know how much of the set was still hidden until today?
So it was literally just like a few comments that got revealed today. It's really not a lot.
Okay, just a couple. Okay, the bottom of the draft barrel.
We did get one good uncommon that I will honorable mention.
Hell yeah. I have insight on some cards you probably don't have on the slides if you're curious at the end. Yeah, we can do honorable mentions at the end. So the way that this stream is going to work is we're going to go from just once over of the mechanics, so each of the different clan mechanics. Then we're going to go through all of the new commanders from this set, and we have a brand new rating schema for all these new commanders that should be pretty cool and fun. And then we're going to try to determine the 5 best and 5 worst, but this is totally divorced from like finances or anything like that. Totally divorced from like, oh, this is the most competitive card. Just 5 coolest, 5 lamest. And Entario, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Welcome back to Dog Heaven, my friend. I need everyone to F in chat for my boy Sarkhan Vol, who carried so hard in the fight against Bolas and who exclusively got shafted lore-wise ever since. No, fuck that guy.
I have not been like paying attention to the Tarkir Dragonstorm story.
No,
at all.
he shouldn't have been facing off against my boy Nikki B. That's his fault.
Here, I'll turn you up, Mauled, on my side.
Eamon,
You're quiet.
Eamon Branos, thank you for the prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Mauled kind of quiet. Okay, but these are your chatters, so I think you're just doing a
Yeah.
psyop.
Hopefully, he's a little bit louder now. Thumbs up, thumbs down, chat.
Starry, I would say like honestly follow your heart. Follow your heart. Flip a coin.
Doug.
Okay, I also believe Doug. Hello, Dale on YouTube chat. Thank you for coming by the stream, my friend. The takes about the dragon.
Primeval Titan, yes.
Oh no! Don't. Upstairs drop bears. Thank you for the prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Yeah, Stormblast is going to be like 3 hours of us talking about different cactuar combos. Elk, do you have 5 different cactus flicker combos for us?
Flickering the cactus sounds like dog shit.
Oh.
I would probably just be flinging that thing.
You switched up on us. You switched up on us.
Okay, it's a static ability that it gets when it attacks, and then you flicker it, and it becomes a one-power thing again. Why would you ever flicker it? Why would you ever flicker that thing?
Hello, Shiny
There's some
Knight.
things you don't flicker.
It can't be true. Question, how can I get you to flicker the cactus in a game against me? German Gary Oak, for you, that's going to be a stiff kiss on the forehead. But yeah, Arya, I did see some people absolutely losing their mind off of all the new dragon toys, which I'm sure we'll talk about some. But I guess like here, I need to do my manual ad break because I run ads like a manual boy. So I'm gonna hit the 3-minute ad break. After the ad break, we will bust into the mechanics, and for now, we will just vamp about like generalities because I think we both think set's hot. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's like no doubt in my mind that this set is gonna be like as impactful as like Marcher Machines, which was like insanely powerful.
Yeah, and what I really like is, for the most part, and I may be proven wrong, which is why I have my resident combo chain E-boy with me. I think they did a lot of things that were really strong, but they pulled the brakes at the last second on making them combo food. Like, I think there's a lot of things that are really strong for like for solid 2s and solid 3s if you're going by the WotC bracket system. And I think there's very few things that are truly shithead busted.
Yeah,
but we will see if that
think
bears
I agree
out.
With that.
Because especially like that dragon card, right? That 5-color color thing that's like, oh, dragon's indestructible. Oh, you can do this coalition victory-esque thing. I remember I talked about putting it in my Niv Mizzet clones list, and somebody in my Discord was like, yeah, well, what if I flash in Solemnity? And I was like, I don't know, I kill you with indestructible dragons? What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck do we mean? Oh no, you stopped the 1/1 counter win con. I have a bunch of indestructible dragons. Die.
Got a random Scryfall card redeemed by Cute Arctic Fox. Aranus Gloomstalker. Very good.
Oh yeah, I have a random smasher pass. Hold on, you're in on this now. Goblin Fireslinger, Elk. Look it up.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna hang on, I need to beam ads into my viewers' eyes now.
Oh yeah. A hard pass for me on this guy. Hard pass for me.
Who'd you get?
Goblin Fireslinger.
Oh, hang on. I think I know this card.
Why do you know this card?
Oh, never mind. I was thinking of a different card. Oh, his newest printing's like cute. I would like have him as like a little pet. But the Magic 2012 one, no. He's like an Ixalan, or like an Ixalan goblin, like the deep ones in the new one.
Oh yeah. The Ixalan goblin. He does. He somehow looks much worse, but to the point of being cuter, almost like a pug.
He looks like a gremlin, you know?
Yeah.
Have you watched that movie?
I haven't watched the movie, but yes, I do know what you're talking about.
Okay, I wouldn't Pikmin Boy 69. This is not my style. That being said, my stream is a lot more monster fucker friendly than Maul's is.
That cannot be true. That all I'm hearing is that you have looser standards than me. There is no stream in this world that is more monster fucker friendly than my stream.
Nah, sorry to say it.
I clear World of Warcraft dungeons and smash or pass the bosses while I clear them. There is no stream in the blind eternities that is more friendly to the monster fuckers than me. I was just have standards.
Monster fucking on your stream and you muted me.
That's because you had bad taste. That's because you had wrong opinions. That's because you have wrong opinions. That's not my fault. Anyway.
Marwick, thank you for the 5 community subs.
Holy shit, 5 subs. Let's fucking go, dude. Marwick,
Hell yeah.
you the goat. And Alaren, thank you for the 1500-bit cheer. Before you two get into anything else, what do you think of Viral's Scar Striped as a commander? How would you build him? Okay, so I'm going to give you 60
Phyrexian
seconds.
Dreadnought.
60 seconds on the clock for how bad this guy is. If people let you do this to them, they do deserve it. There are some very cute things like Phyrexian Dreadnought that will have very, very low cost for very, very high power, but it is just yet another soldier in the army of what if Voltron was even harder than it needed to be. This is quite possibly, I think, one of the worst payoffs you could get for self-milling big boys or for like graveyard tutoring big boys. It is immensely cute. It's not very good. I would self-mill or graveyard tutor things like Phyrexian Dreadnought that happen to cost very little despite being big, large, and huge, and have additional requirements that you no longer have to pay attention to. But for the most part, it's just Golgari. I make a very large guy, but I pay a lot of mana for it. I burn the card that I'm using as a resource for it, and if I get hit by exile removal, which is some of the most common removal in the format, I piss my pants.
Elk, what do you think about all the new tie-am cards? We got so much. We did not get anything. You got so much, and you deserve to go to hell.
Oh, hold on. Elk, Varl's Calaxion mentioned, correct? That's fun, right?
Yeah, Calaxion's good in Viral's. I think my favorite Phyrexian Dreadnought deck, though, is the Lazav the Multifarious.
you love Lazav the Multifarious. I think
he's so
I think
funny.
we have like a clear. It's like every 60 minutes you are contractually obligated to bring up Lazav the Multifarious anytime.
He's funny.
I'm not saying he's not funny. I just like you have a dedication to Lazav that I have to Niv Mizzet, who it's just every time the hour hand ticks, if we haven't brought up Lazav or Niv Mizzet, we got to bring him up.
I have an explosive collar on.
that
My
will
head is gonna get
explode.
blown off if I don't mention like a stupid commander every like hour. Yeah.
My god,
dude! Lazav is legit just so funny. I've wanted to build him so many times, but I've just never gotten around to actually doing it. Elkin to cover play confirmed, dude. That's like you're like bottom of the barrel. Like this is like the most vanilla shit in the world you could be calling me out for, Ontario.
Yeah, we gotta step it up. We gotta step it up, everyone. Can I get a lesson why I should build a Niv Mizzet deck? Because you enjoy fun. That's why. Do you like cards?
I like most of the Niv Mizzets.
I really don't like I love Perrin anywhere but the command zone. What a fucking lovely little boy. What a fucking lovely little boy who just sucks to use as a commander. Vibes wise.
It's so
obviously
it's so in character that Niv Mizzet goes infinite with himself.
It really is. I really wanted to in my Into the Glizzyverse deck. I was trying to think of so many different avenues to justify keeping the self Niv Mizzet infinites, but the rest of the deck just can't fucking keep up with that heat. And so I ended up cutting Visionary for it, but it is goddamn hilarious that Niv Mizzet looks at himself too long and busts. Well,
So-
Arya...
Oh god.
Arya, it's tame, but I just think it's like, because even when I cut the Curiosity combo from Niv Mizzet, it just wasn't a very, like, the play pattern is stinky outside of bracket 4 hell IMO. You don't end up doing anything interesting. You just go, I have Archmage Emeritus. What if Opt was suddenly super fucking good now? And that's it.
Yeah. What Niv Mizzet do you actually run for that deck, by the way?
I run Guild Pact.
You run Guild Pact. I was expecting Reborn.
That is what most people are thinking because they thought I was going to try to do something really good. No, the way that deck goes is it is also a Lurking Predators deck. And so all of the like interaction and ramp and stuff is stapled onto guild creatures, and you just try to have 2 or 3 of those out by the time you stick Niv Mizzet to use him as a draw engine to find your clones. And worst case scenario, you get lurking predators out, and then if you're just like crazy behind, you're just like, fuck it, flip, 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 hope that I get Niv, hope that I get a clone. But it's like 45 creatures or something. It's...
That's like my creature count in my like most of my decks.
Yeah, you need Philia targets.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You Niv Mizzet Reborn. You flicker that thing.
God damn it!
Holy! You flicker Niv Mizzet Reborn and you get Soul Herder.
No!
Oh my god!
Dude, we're gonna be talking about that sword because that sword's actually cranked as fuck for decks like that. And then I think the last comment I'll respond to before we actually get into the mechanical review is Alex about, oh my god, how are you doing all these clones without absurdly expensive cards like Helm of the Host? And it's like this is with Helm of the Host and with a bunch of triumphs that I tutor for.
Near mint.
Near mint, Helm of the Host, near mint, Sakashima, artist unproof Sakashima. That's how. I have no idea how much the deck costs. It's probably like $4,000. Oh, in terms of mana, yeah, I mean everything that deck wants to do, and that's why I cut the infinite, because the rest of the deck can't keep up. Like the infinite can just be like, oh, if I'm lucky, hey, turn 5 I win. Go fuck yourself. Off a creature spell combo too, which is a meaningful difference in terms of high power, because nobody's bringing a fucking creature counterspell. But the rest of the deck is like, yeah, I don't know, 6 mana, wiggle my fingers at you. And so that does not match the energy of turn 5 I win. But anyway. Okay. Elk, do you have any final thoughts you want to impart before we begin on our journey through Tarkir Dragonstorm?
I have to change my music to not emo, so it's a lot more hype, you know?
Oh, true, hype. And then to match the vibe of how we feel about this set, I'm gonna get the heart glasses on.
Hell yeah.
Highly necessary. My chat, if you have any thoughts or feelings about the new background music, feel free to let me know in chat. I will disregard you instantly. And without further ado, let's get in to the Maldkir Elkenstorm review, presented by Roy, and Co. First, we're going to be looking at the set mechanics. So there's one for each 3-color clan. The first one we're going to be looking at is Endure. This is mostly Abzans, but you either get big or you give birth. This is a mechanic that says basically you endure X and you then put X 1/1 counters on the thing, or you make an XX spirit creature token. These we're going to do basically thumbs up, thumbs down. Hellblazer, thank you for the $2 super chat on YouTube. Welcome to the dog heaven, my friend. I'm good. So, Elk.
Yeah.
Goated or garbage?
Endure. I gotta endure how boring this mechanic is. Am I right?
That's the stream, everybody. I'm sorry for I'm sorry for exposing you to this level of punnery fucking instantly.
Yeah, I mean, like it's not offensive.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make me go, ugh. It's just like, you know, it gets counters or you make a dude. It's like, makes sense to me.
This seems like hardcore limited food to me. Like, I think some of the other ones we'll look at will actually stand a chance of becoming relevant in Commander. I feel like Endure is, we balance this around draft commons.
There's a few cards with Endure on them that like actually have some play, but mostly I agree. This is like mostly just like on the commons and uncommons, and then I get +1/+1 counters on my dude. Insane draft bomb.
Okay, so we're gonna go. This is boring yet inoffensive. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna put kitten patting a duck for both of our votes.
I like this rating scale.
You're doing great, honey. I'm sure that you're gonna win your pre-release off of how busted Endure is. Also, DMC, thank you for the extra 100 bits. Elk and Flicker are walking hand in hand and kissing constantly like those friends that are always doing PDA and group hangs. Listen, ETB's great, I guess. And Saffron, thank you for the 100 bits. This could be an insanely dumb question, but do you have a list of commander decks somewhere that are like fun decks to try out? No, but I'll consider making that content in the future. But we don't have
Check
one.
out my YouTube channel.
God damn it.
3-3
And I'm
elk.
fucking and I'm co-streaming with you, so I can't ban you for self-promo. Yes, go check out 3-3 Elk's YouTube channel. Has a ton of deck techs, a ton of learning lessons, and a ton of decks that they find fun that I think are abominations to God. Next, we have Flurry, and I'm not even going to let you get the chance. I think this shit is hot. I think Flurry's hot as fuck. Flurry is basically whenever you cast your second spell each turn, do something. Those somethings can range from like damage to make tokens to draw a card, but it's like spell slinger food. So obviously I love it. But how do you feel, Elk?
It's not, once again, it's not offensive or anything. It's just like, like 2010 called, right? Like they want their mechanic back.
Nah,
I don't have editing privileges, so I can't drag Jory N onto the fucking slideshow.
You should have editing privileges. I shared the
hang on.
I shared the editing link with you.
I see the issue, and I'm fixing it now. I'm on a private window, which it turns out makes me not logged in.
I mean, so here's why I think it's heat, and I think a lot of stuff we see later in the set does this really, really well too, which is mid-range spellslinger, which is something that I have always wanted to build and has always fallen flat for me. Like trying to build a spell slinger deck that can hang out in 2 or a 3 is like so fucking impossible, because what always happens is either you build a spell slinger deck that is fucking workable and you explode the table, or you build a spellslinger deck that feels fair to the other people playing precons, and you either have a spellslinger deck that has an insane amount of variance or the like worst payoffs ever. Whereas this is really good for like prowess decks that aren't going to kill the table on turn 5. It's good for spellslinger decks that just want to take like semi-active turns but aren't trying to take a like win the game storm turn.
This is my review. They keyworded an old thing.
And that's good. They should have. I'm glad they did.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I once again just not really like. There's no meat here. It's just like okay.
That's because you're a loser. Next, renew, or as I call it, what the fuck are we doing for draft this set? These are some flavor of activated ability on a creature, which is, again, they keyworded an old thing, because we've seen this before 100 fucking %. But you pay mana, you exile the card, you get to do something normally involving counters. I'm asleep. I'm deeply asleep, which, fair enough, because I think all the non-spellslinger players are deeply asleep on Flurry. I think this is just my version of how everyone else feels about Flurry.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Viral's returns. I mean, they're literally, this is just planned obsolescence for Viral's. What if we just printed Viral's commander text onto every single card you could play? Wouldn't that be fun and cool?
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, next we have mobilize, which is you get to make a 1/1 that's tapped and attacking, generally whenever the thing that has mobilize on it attacks, but then they get sacked at end step.
Every creature is Adeline.
I love these headlines. I love these fucking headlines. This is gonna be... Hold on. There's the thumbnail. There's the thumbnail.
But Adeline's tokens don't die at end of turn, Elk. Pay attention. My man, or ma'am, my ma'am, fucking Adeline's tokens are ones that are tapped and attacking just like these. These fucks are getting blocked.
Yeah, if you, I'm sorry to say, if you have an Adeline who's swinging and those tokens are living to end of turn, that is a big old your fault. That is why those are called your problems. All right, and then the final mechanic, unless do you have any more thoughts about mobilize?
I think mobilize is like my second favorite of these mechanics.
I think it's probably my favorite. I want flurry to be my favorite, but as you have pointed out, flurry is really just, hey, now we use this noun to refer to a thing that has been around forever. I do like mobilize bringing in a new way for like Mardu to get big, large, and huge.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. We have a question for you from YouTube, Elk. Dale, thank you for joining the dog home. How does Elk feel about Torpor Orb?
Torpor Orb, love the card. I love Torpor Orb, legitimately.
Oh yeah, we haven't unveiled to the people that you're not only a Flicker Chain player, you're a Selesnya Stacks player.
I love Hate Bears. I love that entire like any Staxy effect that's kind of soft. Like I'm not like blood mooning people or anything, or like winter orbing people.
Yeah,
right?
you can't because you don't play red.
What I am doing is very soft, very loving. I'm putting people in a headlock and making it so like they can't cast their favorite spells.
Very loving, very gentle caress of these spindly legs, and then it's gonna feel like hooves are hitting you in the sternum.
My only goal is to make the game feel like it's 2014 again. You know, we're playing creatures for their stats.
Magic, yeah. Oh my fucking god. So okay, now actually I'm gonna rant a little bit. So I was talking to somebody about big stompy decks the other day, and they were talking about how it's one of their just like favorite things to do in all of Magic, and I was like, yeah, not me. Like I can play, and the example I used was I can play a Gigantosaurus and I won't feel anything. No dopamine will enter my body to play a 10/10 for 5 mana. And this motherfucker told me that's not stompy. And at this point, I would just like chat to validate me. They were like, no, I need like ETBs. I need like effects on the thing. And I was like, that's playing the game again. That's the opposite of stompy. And it made me so mad. It made me so mad.
Do you want to talk about better flashback?
I would love to talk about better flashback. So this is harmonize, which is flashback, but if you have a relevant creature, it's basically free. So this is stuff where you can recast the card from your graveyard, but you can tap a creature you control to cost reduce it by X, where X is power, then exile the spell. I actually do think this is pretty hot. Do you concur?
Yeah, this is my favorite mechanic.
Yeah, this is like being able to not only jingle the keys at people to be like, hey man, your graveyard does exist, but having ways for higher power things to matter later in the game, where as much as I want to be a little spellslinger guy who just fucking hates all the stompy players, a lot of decks that just focus on play big creature do stall out. They do tend to stall out, and I think cards like this are not breaking the dam, but it's just that little bit of thing that you can do later in the game where you're like, oh, cool, playing that undercosted 6/6 mattered. Now I can tap it to ramp easy. I purposely picked a lot of really bad cards for all the set mechanics, but there are some good harmonized cards.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hang on, I gotta find a way to get this in here. This is my review. I DM'd it to you. I need to drag it in. Oh, no, I can't drag it in. It's a web p. I love the internet.
Get shit on. Actually, it's mine now because I figured out how to. This is my
That's mine.
Here, we'll share. Because I agree. This is like I'm going to change my tune the moment a single Temur player wins the game by harmonizing something for like 2 mana against me because they have Galta. But from a theoretical standpoint, yeah, very cool. Is basically Temur Jesus. If you put the harmonized card in your graveyard, then wait 3 turns, then harmonize it again, all your sins are forgiven.
Yeah, the fact that you can just like tap Galta and just like have a fuck off spell happen and then you still get to hold up like interaction and stuff, insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very good. All right, so that is the end of the set mechanics. I think I'm willing to accept harmonize as the overall number 1. I think for stack ranking, it's like renew and endure kind of suck. I think flurry and mobilize are on a tier of like nice and good, and then harmonize. Yeah,
I like when my cards are more cards.
God, that is so true. I do like when cards are more cards. Oh, what about Omen? Yeah, so this is not one of the clan mechanics, but this is a new version of like going on an adventure where instead of going into exile, when you cast the Omen, you shuffle the card back into your library. I think that is holy shit, they were running out of stuff to do. That to me...
For me, I look at these, I'm like, these are modal double face cards. It lets you do the broken stuff. It lets you print stronger cards on both halves. The issue is I don't think there's a single one of these that feels like both halves are a good card.
Yeah, when I was reading them, I didn't even read what the Omen thing did. I assumed it was going on an adventure because both sides of every card were so bad.
Exactly. Like, no, there's not a single one of these where I'm like, hell yeah. It's like maybe Bloomvine Regent.
Yeah, like it's just like they're all probably the worst take that I saw about Omen cards was some like people talking about how because they shuffle back into the library you could get forever games. That's not true.
If I loved lying, I'd make that argument.
Yeah, you can make that argument a ton if you like being a little fucking fibber just to have like a headline.
If one of these was a fog that reshuffled, holy shit.
Yeah.
I'd be making an argument. We'd be in. But none of these are a fog that reshuffles, so.
Yeah, maybe they'll do something with it in future sets and they're just like introducing it right now. I would like to see Omens maybe come back in the future with cards that weren't all dog shit.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I literally forgot about Omen, and that is my review. It's like I forgot about it.
Hence them not having a fucking slide. So now we're going to move into talking about the commanders for the set, which is probably going to be the meat of this. So we are doing, in no particular order, the clan leaders, then the dragons, and then the main set commanders. And then I think there's like 4 or 5 things that aren't clan leaders or dragons, but are still commanders. I tried to do all of the things that are from precons before moving into the stuff that is not precons. And then for every... Oh, Lord. I knew I got part of this PowerPoint wrong.
Yeah, for a second I was like, these clan leaders look an awful lot like dragons.
Oh, that's why I said in no particular order. No, it's all shuffled. Like
I see.
Yeah, don't fucking worry about it. But no, the thing I got wrong was what I want to be scoring all of these on is, I believe I sent you this rubric. It was CMV because I thought there was like a converted mana value pun in there. Oh, right. It's sealing, and then
motion and variance.
Yeah, sealing, motion, variance. So sealing is how good we think the card can get. Like, is this going to be CEDH playable? What is the most fucked up thing you can do with it? Motion is how interesting is that thing? Is it like, oh yeah, I can make a 4 out of this easily. It is, however, going to put everybody the fuck to sleep. And then variance is, can we do different things? Is every deck going to look exactly the same, or are there a variety of strategies that this supports? And so I will be, I guess, redoing half of the slides in this fucking PowerPoint right now. Okay, that's not too difficult to do as long as I keep that on my clipboard. So first, we have Bayor, 3/5 flying lifelinker. Beginning of end step, put 1/1 counters onto one other target creature you control equal to life you gained. Return up to one target creature with mana value less than or equal to the amount of life you lost this turn from graveyard to battlefield. So, Elk, where do you think the ceiling is on Bayor?
So this is Abzan word soup.
So we're capping out in preschool. We're capping out in preschool based off historical Abzan power levels.
Yeah. So for me, the ceiling of this card is I play like turn 1, I bone shards your thing. Like, and then I go like ramp, and to the bone shards I discarded something stupid, something huge. Just like the biggest monster on planet Earth. And then on turn 5, after curving a wall of blood into this card, I like pay 8 life and put the thing in play.
Yeah. And Tario, I think they're referring to like Bitter Triumph. Same diff. Rather than...
bone shards, bone splinters, whatever the card's called.
Yeah. It's God, every day and in every way I wish Reanimator was better. This feels like if people are going to make the second half of this card work, which I think is infinitely more interesting than the first half of this card. I think the first half... Go ahead.
I would like to say to Ontario, Bone Shards is 1 black mana as an additional cost, sacrifice, or discard a card. So I was right.
Oh shit, hold on.
Ban that chatter for 10 minutes. No, I'm joking. Make it 1 minute.
Damn. Damn.
You're
That's
thinking
crazy.
of bone splinters.
Ontario's fucking dead. Ontario's fucking dead. Banned from the channel for life. That's crazy. You get a card wrong during a set review, we ban you for life. Those are the rules that I communicated to absolutely nobody.
Anyway, that's the ceiling for this card. Oh man, this card works so well with Reanimate too. Like imagine someone blows up your commander and then you go Reanimate Bayor, you lose 5 life. And then end step you get a 5-drop back as well. I'm not even looking at the life gain part of this card.
Oh no, the life gain part like is chronically awful. Because the life gain part, the best thing you do with the life gain part is you resolve Bayor and one other lifelinker and then they kiss for 15 minutes. That's all that fucking happens.
My eyes completely glazed over the lifelink on this card. I was like, this is just a giant flyer. Who cares about the keywords? No, it also they got to spoon feed you the lifelink.
It's white life gain weenies. So you just like, you get Bayor out if you have a lifelinker already. Like, hey, holy shit, we finally mentioned Dust Animus for the first time since Thunder Junction draft.
You also get Life Death in this color combo. Life Death is a split card. Vintage Cube players know. The life part is worthless. The death part is return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You lose life, you lose mana value. It's a 2-mana reanimate from your graveyard. So you have multiple reanimates, which is like just the strongest effect because the life gain's also just insane.
Okay, so ceilings, preschool building. I mean, motion. I don't know. I don't think this motherfucker could get anywhere on an escalator.
It's mostly like life loss reanimator kind of deal. That's what it feels like to me. The life gain counter stuff, like it has some game there if you wanted to play into the counters instead and just never do the second sentence. But the second sentence is really what this card's all about.
Yeah, and I think even the way you're going to do the second sentence, I feel like it's so much work to get the double tap off of reanimate big thing, use the life loss from reanimating big thing to reanimate a second big thing. I feel like what everybody does is, hey, I resolved Ripples of Undeath and my deck is full of weenies.
Oh fuck! Even shock fetch.
Yeah.
Oh, my fetch lands all reanimated 3-mana. My fetch lands are all Sun Titans.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my god! Yeah. Am I wrong? Like
my
this is like
chest hurts. We might. Oh my god! Hold on. I'm writing stacks potential actually because fetch land equals Sun Titan. I feel like there's some type of hate bear game plan that can happen with that. I feel like it's not optimal, but I think you can get.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, there is what's the name of the stupid card? Fuck.
Necropotence.
Well, yeah, Necropotence is a stupid card. It's the Ranger Captain of Eos.
Oh yeah.
So you sacrifice Ranging Captain of Eos on your opponent's turn. They can't cast non-creature spells. And then you move to your turn, you fetch shock, you get it back on your end step. You can also just get Spore Frogs back without even having to shock.
Oh lord. Yeah. Oh, I just fetched land Esper Sentinel back to field. How about you all go fuck yourselves?
Exactly.
I think the one thing I will give this card is I do think it's high variance. I think it's like you can lose however you want with bayor.
If you get Mind Slavered in this deck, you just lose the game.
True sentences. True sentences about every fucking Magic game.
If you get Mind Slavered in this deck, someone's like, ooh, you have a Necropotence, a Wall of Blood in your hand, Necrologia or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah. A bunch of. And see, the thing is, like, I think anybody that tries to take this deck to its ceiling, nobody's gonna build it that way. They are gonna do the like Ripples of Undeath. How do I double dip on like lose 1 life, lose 2 life, like Black Market Connections, and I just non-stop flood of 3-mana value dipshits. Because it does have to be creatures. So yeah, you could. Oh fuck, Lurking Predators bayor.
just do not make your curve above like 4, and like, yeah, this is like definitely a good hate bears commander.
Yeah.
Oh, you ruined my stack space. I'll play my fetch land. It's back.
Mm-hmm. That's I
kind
of like that actually. I kind of like. Oh no, my collector oof. Anyway, shock in fucking.
Oh, Archon of Amiri is gone. Oh no, I'm gonna play 3 spells and then shock fetch. Okay, Archon of Amiri is back for you guys.
That's. Oh lord. All right. Well, moving on. Other Abzan commander, who better for the pre-con. This is really just burying Doran 12 feet deep. This is Felithar the Steadfast, who is 4 mana, better Doran, 0/5, who makes all your creatures assign combat damage equal to toughness, lets you attack as though they didn't have defender, and lets you pay 3 and tap to sack another creature and draw cards equal to toughness, discard equal to power. So as long as you use all of those undercosted like 1/10s or 0/6s, it's just like 3 mana, draw a million.
Okay, so the ceiling is just Imagine Doran, but good.
Imagine Doran if someone got him some tree food.
Imagine Doran if he was Arcades the strategist. Like, that's the ceiling of this deck.
Oh,
right?
That's, yeah. And that's really, I think, a lot of, like, Doranish decks that I've seen just go wham, wham, wham. I play 3 just incredibly costed creatures, and the deck makes them kind of stompy, and then any board wipe makes me sit in the corner.
I've updated my ceiling. The ceiling is draw 40 off Tree of Perdition.
That ceiling, hey, that ceiling's not high. I play tested I goldfished this commander deck when I did the pre-con review. Every deck I thought was very impressive in the goldfishing, except for this one. We drew 40 off Tree of Perdition and could not do anything.
Okay, so what about draw 40 off Marvin.
What about
Murderous?
Ah.
So you run the Marvin combo. People that don't know, Marvin Murderous Mimic has all the activated abilities of all your creatures. So it steals Tree of Perdition's activated ability. You set an opponent's life total to 2, basically with haste, because you can just slam the Tree of Perdition on 4 and tap Marvin right away. And then they have 2 life. You have a 40 health creature. You play Felithar. Like, we're kind of in, I think.
Yeah, I think that's something. But is that like... Is that Felithar? Because none of Felithar's, or I guess the sack thing, that feels like, haha, Marvin's kooky.
But for me, it's like you just like bowling ball Marvin into another player and they fucking explode, right?
Mm-hmm.
They take 40. The other person's at 2. That guy's just dying to Perforos triggers from the Goblins player.
Yeah. I mean, Tarntrine, this is the Lazav tree of... This is every Tree of Perdition combo ever. We've successfully broken Marvin Murderous Mimic. I do think the card draw matters a lot for Felithar. I do think that is the part that is making really, really good. I cannot think of something that happens more commonly in Abzan booty decks than going down to 2 cards in hand 6 turns into the game after having just lost your board state.
Is Arcades better?
I think so. I think blue is just frankly better than black in a lot of things that Defender decks wants to do.
I think I agree. I think this is just worst Arcades. Because Arcades is also card draw engine.
Yeah, I think what Arcades is like just better overall. Felithar has a higher ceiling on dopamine because Felithar will let you do like, oh, I draw 15 fucking cards right now because you didn't respond to me, versus Arcades being like, okay, did I stick my commander? Great. Next turn, play a creature, draw 1. Play a creature, draw 1. Play a creature, draw 1. Like, Arcades is much more reliable, but Felithar, oh, when you get to bust, you are busting hard.
Yeah, I think I agree with that like assessment.
Mm-hmm.
This is Arcades, but more spiky in terms of like variance.
Okay, so motion. In
the fucking dirt. Legitimately, there's like nothing this card does that's cool.
All right, truffle sniffing. We're digging around in the dirt for something to do. Yeah, I mean, I think the Tree of Perdition thing is funny once, but I do think it's kind of similar to the Finn the Fangbearer game plan, where it's like funny once, and if you don't immediately win, you suck. Like if you swap somebody to 2, draw 40, and you lose that commander game, I am never letting you forget that shit.
That's just embarrassing for sure.
Okay, so variance, I'm going to say standard deviation of 0. I think every deck that does this is going to be doing the exact same fucking thing. And
yeah, EDH Recast, they put out their podcast every so often of like what commander decks have the most cards in common. Felithar is going to be the new one for Abzan.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so straightforward because there's still such a limited contingent of like, oh hey, this thing's 1 mana and is a 1/10. The hell yeah. Okay. Next we have Areny of the Unwritten. 7/7 with... So actually, okay, before we even get into it, I hate this card. And I hate this card for a very simple reason, which it is a 7 mana 7/7 that cares about the top 8 cards of your library.
Oh yeah, it should care about the top 7. This is the Bristlebrand problem.
How about go fuck yourself? 7 mana 7/7 that checks the top 8, you pieces of shit. So Flying Trample, ETB or attack, look at top 8, get a dragon to field. Rest go to bottom.
So this is just worse than Dragon.
I don't even know if I want to call this a 3. This just feels like...
This is literally just Dragon, right? Am I going crazy?
Well, Ur-Dragon isn't Ur-Dragon like on damage though? I thought Ur-Dragon was like eminence, cost reduction, then anytime a dragon hits, or is it on dragon attack?
I think it's whenever Ur-Dragon attacks, or whenever you attack with one or more dragons. What does it say? Whenever one or more dragons you control attack, draw that many cards, and then you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. So you can just like shit something into play with Ur-Dragon.
Oh yeah, why did we uncreep Ur-Dragon? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah, so this seems like a hard 2. I feel like people are going to feel really good when they get to play this thing with haste and then double trigger it. Or like, goddamn, hey, the Displacer Kitten players now get to be Timmy's.
Yeah, chat's getting on me here. Worst Ur-Dragon, yeah, counterspells, worst mana drain, your point. My point is literally Areny doesn't have space to exist.
I don't think that's true. Quite frankly, I think Ur-Dragon has been a victim of a lot of casual players are like, how about you take that Ur-Dragon and you fuck right off?
This is like the Toxtril Doc Ock argument.
Yeah, and I am still right about that shit. Like,
yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. If you want to play worse Ur-Dragon, totally. I'm just saying that this card does nothing new at all.
Well, have you considered that it solves the problem of greedy dragon players never running card draw? Because Ur-Dragon requires you to have drawn the thing, whereas Areny will be like, "Oh, did you?"
The cards.
Yeah, but you draw.
You draw one for each dragon that attacks.
Oh, never mind. Holy shit,
yeah,
this card sucks.
Broken.
I keep auto completing like, hey, this card's probably fair at least a little bit. So when I read Ur-Dragon, I was like, you draw a card and then you put a thing out, not you just draw. Okay, yeah.
You draw 8 and you put a thing out. Exactly what Areny does.
I mean, I think a growing thought I've been having about this set is it does seem like this set was made with a lot of signposts in mind kind of for the bracket system, whereas a lot of the dragon decks I've seen historically are Miram and Ur-Dragon. Those are the 2 most common ones I see, and those always get locked into instantly a 3 because their play patterns are always, I'm going to ramp for 2 to 3 turns and then I'm going to attempt to win. And if you don't stop me, or you don't like counterspell me, or instantly kill the thing I'm attempting to win with, good fucking game. Which is very much like 3 behavior to me. And I think Areny's not necessarily doing anything new, but it is meaningfully worse enough that like Stompy Timmy players, hey, you get to play with the upgraded precons again.
That's my variance review, I think. But so there is one instance where Areny is better, and that is when your board is actually empty, and you like Arena of Glory Areny out, and then go bam! Oh, look at that, old knob bones in play now. Pass. Like that's kind of hard, but like Ur-Dragon is just so much better. It's so funny.
It really is. This is making Areny kind of scratch my like last ride itch, where I was like, yeah, we need bad cards. People like me like playing with the bad cards, and I would so much more happily play against Areny than I would against Ur-Dragon. If you told me I have a big stompy dragon stack, I want to play it, but it's like, if you told me like, oh, it's like big and silly, and you bring out the Ur-Dragon, I'm like, you are a goddamn liar. If you bring out Areny, I kind of believe you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit the ceiling point here with Arena of Glory.
Yeah,
that's really where I think Areny owns. This is like the best Arena of Glory thing you can ever do besides Kalia.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready to move on to the next commander?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I keep forgetting. For the YouTube edit of this, so everybody, this will be a fun thing that's going to show up in the new YouTube videos. YouTube's algorithm has now decided that if it thinks I have placed the ad in a spot that doesn't have enough dead air, it will not show the ad, killing the video's ad revenue. And so for the rest of this video, I'm going to do my best to forewarn Elk with, "Are you ready to move on to the next card, Elk?" Elk will say yes, and I'm going to deadpan the camera for 3 full fucking seconds before we do anything again, because the YouTube video is going to need that good silence for Mango to put a goddamn ad break in so that we can buy them kibble.
I think you did the auto YouTube ad placements and it put 1 ad break in a 30-minute video.
I was complaining to Elk about this last night. Is I did 30-minute video. It gave me 1 ad break, which for those of you who don't know means that 30-minute video with 1 ad break is going to like lifetime make me negative $150 based on data I've previously seen. I then was like, oh shit, I should start uploading drafts so that I can see ahead of time how this ad placer bot is going to do things. I uploaded a 41-minute video, placed 0 ads. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, you went in and you manualed 5 ads in there. The video that you had edited and made, oh, YouTube says, no, these ad breaks are disruptive. These 5 that you put in, we're not going to show ads here. Than the video that you made. We know this better than you do.
What if you stayed broke, dumbass? So that's YouTube right now. So anyway, Elk, thank you for saying you're ready to move on to the next card. Now let's talk about Taval, the balanced scale. So this is the Sultai dragon. Fucking dude, I don't know. It's Taco Bell design, but it's also like Baja Blast. It's just fucking good, solid workhorse in my mind. You attack, you mill 3, get a land card back. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you also get a creature.
So sealing is like, we want to talk about like stupid shit we're doing with this card. The infinite, yes, holy fuck.
See, my thing is, I think the ceiling on this card is crazy high, but not even because of Taval. I just think Sultai is a fucked up color combination, and I think Taval turns on everything Sultai wants to do.
Yeah, this card has single-handedly killed Sadisi Tormod, like Muldrotha for lands archetype. Like, I think if you're building Muldrotha lands deck, Taval's just going to be better for you. Because, like, Glacial Chasm people with this thing.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to play Magic anymore.
Yeah, for my chatters who play fair Magic, what we're talking about is you don't get to attack, but nobody can deal damage to you. And then on your upkeep, hey, what if, hey, you just don't pay the life. And then, hey, guess what? Taval gets that shit back for you when they attack. And then it goes back to you never taking damage.
Yeah, so that's... And you get a 2/2 for doing that, by the way.
just in case you... Hey, hot sauce is free at Taco Bell, okay? Grab all the Diablo you want.
Here's your, like, Sig little buddy. Throws a zombie at you. Here you go. Thanks for infinitely fogging your opponents. It's better than fog, too. It reduces all damage to 0.
Yeah.
Or, rather, excuse me, no, prevent all damage that would be dealt to you. So it's not even, like, combat damage. Like, Perforos doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, the Is It player doesn't get to flick a booger at you. What is Taco Bell design? I will take a moment to explain that because I throw that term around a lot. For Taco Bell design, I just mean very, very clearly stuff that we've seen a million times before, and they have just sort of slightly reordered where the paragraphs are or where the like sentences are. So for Sultai, when I say Sultai Taco Bell, it's like, okay, yeah, we're milling 3 at some point, we're getting extra land drops at some point, and we are getting creature tokens at some point. It's all stuff we've seen before. It's like, it's the beef, it's the shredded cheese, and it's whatever the like chopped up lettuce shit they put into Taco Bellas, and they just keep mixing it into different versions of the quesarito.
So it's not just Glacial Chasm that this card's insane with. There's also Shifting Woodland.
Oh yeah.
So no, but like Woodland is you make Merit Lage every turn with Shifting Woodland, because if Dark Depths is in your graveyard, You can just attack with tbal every turn and return the shifting woodland. 2 green, instant speed. Make it into a copy of Dark Depths in your graveyard. It has no ice counters on it. You sacrifice it. And then you make a Merit Lage. Untap, upkeep, draw. You have a Merit Lage in play. You attack with tbal and Merit Lage. You bring back the shifting woodland. So if anyone bounce spells as your Merit Lage, you just go again. Or you just greater good your Merit Lage.
Yeah, so just forever. God damn. Forever 2020.
Yeah, you will. And by the way, you're in fucking green. Have you read the card Nylea's Intervention? That gets you both Dark Depths and it also gets you the shifting woodland. And you can get Glacial Chasm while you're at it too. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
So then next turn you can go glacial. You can go Dark Depths, and then when you play Glacial Chasm, you can sacrifice the Dark Depths to the Glacial Chasm ETB. Upkeep, sack Glacial Chasm, play the shifting woodland. It's
and
a
then
joke.
if we got Philia in here, imagine what we could do.
I'm just saying this card's fucking busted.
No, yeah,
this does everything. It's the perfect lands deck.
It's gross. And what I also want to add on is all of this is like 0 fucking investment. A lot of other times, if you want to do stuff like this, you need to really pitch the deck towards it, and that will take away from other areas of the deck. Tbal is just like, oh yeah, you just happen to have shit in that you would mostly already have. Like Shifting Woodland's in the precon, right? Shifting Woodland is not, oh, I'm sacrificing something to do this fucked up Dark Depths combo. Shifting Woodland is just, oh, fuck it, green land.
You have both black and green, so you get Yavimaya and you get Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, so your Dark Depths taps for mana. You get both of the color fixers. I mean, you get that in every color combo, I guess, but
this is
because, yeah.
Super Stealth, this is going in my Muldrotha deck. No, this is replacing your Muldrotha deck.
If your Muldrotha deck is built around lands, stop, play tbal instead.
Yeah. And like people bringing up the Guiltleaf Archdruid thing, because the tokens are druids, so you can do the land theft thing. This is another, like, I'm not gonna do it myself because I'm busy having sex, but you can do this for 0 fucking investment.
Can I argue that that's just like actually bad?
Oh hell yeah! Oh yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Like why do we have to like pay 5 mana to steal all your opponent's lands? Just fucking wasteland lock someone. Like you have strip mine in this format. Are you like why are you doing like, oh look at me, I'm like making a bunch of zombie druids. Who cares? Make Merit Lage, strip mine your opponent.
I mean, this
play
is like
Magic like real.
This is like classic. I feel, and my deepest sympathies to everybody in chat who's about to get sniped from orbit with this. I feel like this is classical, I don't understand how to win games of Magic. It's like, I don't understand how to put together a concrete win con, but I do know that if I take all your lands, you'll probably concede. And the sentence is funny. I will give you, but there are a ton of decks that should not exist, that exist just because there is a 1-sentence description of the deck that will make you laugh. That doesn't always justify making a game plan around it, and I think Guiltleaf Archdruid is an example of that, but it's a deeper symptom of like, man, fuck, I don't really know how to convert, but I do know that if I have 30 lands and you have 2, you'll probably let us leave.
Yeah, it's just like, there's so many better things you can be doing with tbal. There's better druid decks out there that you could be Guiltleaf Archdruiding in. Like, play Seaton or something, you sociopath. Right? Like, you don't need to be doing that with tbal when tbal is just already so broken with the lands.
All right, so I think for motion, listen, I'm a bastard. I think he wiggling. I think
yeah, this card just does everything. It turns out when you print a card that does like has no flaw, you can just do anything you want with it.
I think I mean, as you said, you can do whatever you want. I'm putting an infinity symbol into here because there's just nothing in Sultai this guy can't do well. Like, I don't care what your game plan in Sultai was, I'm going to assume it deals at least a little bit with self-mill, landfall, token creation, or cards leaving your graveyard, and this guy does all of it for you while you are AFK.
Yeah, Sadisi is dead.
Sadisi is dead.
Like, it's over. Muldrotha lands player, sorry, meet your new king. Like, I mean, there's not much more to say. This card just is egregious.
Unsupported image type. What if you went and fucked yourself, Google Images?
That's what I was getting all the time. There you go.
Here, let me fuck up the, yeah. Oh, hold on. Now I have to go recopy the ceiling motion variance thing. Because I fucked up.
We are well
clipboard.
prepared.
Hey, at least I made a PowerPoint this time. Okay, so now we can go from like best card ever to coughing baby. We've seen, wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Sorry, everyone. Elk, are you ready to move on from Taval?
I think I am.
Okay, now we can go from Sultai Hydrogen Bomb to Jeskai Coughing Baby, which is Shico and Narset unified. 4 mana, 4/4, Flying Vigilance. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it if it targets a permanent or player, and you may choose new targets. If you don't copy a spell this way, draw a card. I am sympathetic to what they tried to do, and I believe that there's probably some cards that are good with this. I think for the most part, bleh.
Is this Opt Time Warp, the deck?
Basically, which really sucks. Which really sucks. Like, God. Golly. I think that... And maybe I would feel better if I didn't like the other things they were doing for Jeskai in this set more. I've also gotten to play with these precons, and Shico and Narset was fucking anemic compared to what every other precon was doing.
Yeah, I look at Tbal, and then I look at this, and it's like, wow. You could have told me that this card was printed a decade ago, and I believe you.
Yeah, this power creep who... and to be clear to the people watching, there are unique interactions you can have that you'll be like, oh, fucking Pog Champ, and that is good. One of the best parts of Commander is getting to take some of your favorite little interactions and make them much, much stronger. What I dislike is it feels really narrow. I think we're going to get like 5 different interactions that are really good, and the rest are going to be like, I have made draft chaff for my next trick. I will make this piece of draft chaff go from a 1.0 rating by LSV to a 3.0 rating by LSV.
Oh, the LSV scale is my favorite.
It's
I love that guy. A fellow Denver native, by the way. Well, I'm not native, but I'm a Denver invader.
Denver invasive species 3/3.
Californians when they find a perfectly good state to ruin. So there's one thing you can do with this card that's pretty cool, and it's auras.
Okay.
So I'm kind of into auras. Like, imagine, for me, it's you're gonna love this.
God.
Treachery.
Ooh. Okay. Hold on.
I told you you'd actually like it. So you actually get to untap all of your lands twice as well with the Treachery cast. So you get to steal 2 of your opponent's things. You go opt Treachery, and then with the Treachery cast, you get 2 of them. You get to go untap all your lands, tap them all, untap all your lands again. Which is like, you steal my Elishnorn Kudo. Well, like, this wouldn't be in play. Maybe it has a +1/+1 counter or a different aura on it that gives it +1/+1. But still, like, you yoink that for me. Oh my god, that's insane. And you still get to cast another thing and hold up 5 more mana for interaction or whatever.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm feeling a little more now. See, this is...
I think sealing is Treachery.
Okay. And then...
You can bribery someone twice? That's so cool. Hang on, this is kind of cool. Bribery targets a player. So you search the library for a creature card and put it into play under your control. So you go preordain, and then you bribery target you. Oh, I get a second one. I'll target you.
Wait, hold on. Inevitable... So, hear me out. Oh, no, permanent or player... So I don't think there's a way to make like Inevitable Betrayal work with this, because you would need to cast something before Inevitable Betrayal came off with the time counters. But okay, for Theft, I do like it a little bit more. But then it kind of, once we come back to Theft...
Jeskai Curses! Double Curse of Bloodletting on a player, they take quadruple damage. You get to clone the humility one
I feel
and
like
then
you
put it on
would.
2 people.
Yeah, I feel like you would never double target. I feel like you would just use it to spread the love. Like you would just use it to overcome the weakness of curses, which is that you totally handicap one person and then you get killed by whoever lives.
I think I'm in. I think I like
I'm
this
actually, yeah, I was very not on it, and now.
card. Do not play instants or sorceries.
Yeah, I think that's really the thing, is we need like PSA, do not do Spellslinger. PSA, do fucking not do Spellslinger. Do Jeskai Enchantress, and then you just have things to get to flurry.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, I'm back in. I do think you can get some variance now with this.
Yeah, if you're a masochist, you could play this instant or sorceries. Ooh, I cloned my lightning bolt. I'm so sorry for you, but you can do that.
See, I saw like what the precon is doing is holy shit, dude. I got a second copy of Prismari Command. And those were the interactions I was thinking of where I was like, you're dead in the water. I had to watch somebody do like opt Prismari Command, and I watched their soul leave their body as they got no value out of it.
Spark Double doesn't target. I'm so sorry to say.
Spark Double enters as, which is different from targeting.
We do have pre-rolls back, by the way.
Oh shoot. Okay. Yeah. Let's let's
do the transition.
Vamp check, everybody. So, Elk, are you ready to move on from Shico and Narset?
I think I am.
Okay, vamp time. We do need to both run manual ad breaks. My fucking auto ad snuck one in. By the way,
LSV is also from California, by the way. We're both.
That explains so much. Oh, I've missed some. Oh, my compiler's missed some subs, so I'll catch up on that as well. Sweet Jimmy, thank you for the tier 1
Enjoy
for the
the
5th
ads,
month
everyone.
in a row. Welcome to the dog home. Sora Gamer, thank you for the follow. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a community sub. Welcome to Dog Heaven, whoever you are. And Funky Fresh Fish Frank, thank you for the 10 months in a row. I hope our baby's doing well post-delivery. Thank you for the Jeffrey dollars. And then Ruli Newt, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hey, Mauled and 33 Elk, I love your content. I was a little disappointed by the set being one of the 2 or 3 non-UB sets because we just had a weird lore race episode, the set, and now White Bread Cool Thing, the set. I mean, I don't think this is White Bread Cool Thing, the set, though. I will I think this... I get what you're saying.
I have read the first story. The first story, at least, is very good. It's probably one of the better Magic stories I've ever read. But, yeah.
Yeah, like this set has a lot of good cards in it, but I think it's like it is giving a lot of strategies, tools to continue doing things that might someday be interesting. I do not think it is just like, holy shit, card pushed, go nuts. I do think, I don't know about coolest thing ever, but I am gonna, even with the hater shades on, I do think this set fucking kicks. And I do think you know, this is like core Tarkir. This is not, hey, we put loot. Like, loot's not in this fucking set. Loot's nowhere to be goddamn found. Jace is not busting raw anywhere over here. So, like, I do think this set is pretty...
Where can we read the stories? They're all on Wizards' website. You can, and they also have audio transcripts of the stories. I read the story. No, I just played the audio, and I laid down in bed face down with my earbuds in. It was awesome. I don't have to read anything anymore. But also, that's really good if you're like visually impaired too.
Yeah. Ha 420 weed number. Thank you for the prime sub for the 4th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Wait, Jason Loot do show up in the plot? God.
Yeah. So I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, SCG Con Denver. I will be going, by the way. This is a little announcement for anyone in Denver going to Denver for SCG Con. I will be there, and I'm also gonna be in Vegas and Atlanta.
Yeah, if you are going to Denver, sorry for your loss. I will not be at MagicCon Vegas again. Sorry for your loss. That's Vegas in June. Please go fuck yourself. But I will be at Atlanta. So I think next Mauled event is in Atlanta. Oh yeah, we still have to do. I did promise my chat a slutty MTG lore storytime read, so maybe we'll do that with Tarkir next week, guys. I finally was able to hit my add button again, so I've vortexed my viewers.
Okay, my ad break just ended.
That's crazy. We have keep yapping. Put the put the reference in the bag. God, I don't know how I feel about looping in this set.
Loot isn't in the set like as a card.
Right, but he is the mascot of the story now.
Yeah, he's okay.
He exists.
I don't particularly care, which is really bad as a content creator to not like have like a scalding hot take about loot, but like I just don't really care about like the Pokemon. It's fine.
Well, I was so this was another thing that made me mad, even as a lover of doing the things like a fish fried this rice, but you know, like whenever you're like, oh, I just came in the room, and you're like, oh, you what in the room? And then you vine boom and you do a big laugh. I was talking on a podcast about like why the MTG lore has so thoroughly failed. And at one point I was like, oh yeah, well, if I look at things that have good IPs, and I don't mean necessarily like creatively deep IPs, but successful ones, I'm like, Wizards really just didn't go after kids enough. And everyone was like, go after kids? And I was like, okay, motherfuckers. I know we do some word twisting. There's no fucking... Because they were like, you can't say that. And I was like, dog, we are talking about stuffed animal advertising right now. But I do think loot would have been better 20 years ago. I think we don't like loot now because loot got released into the ecosystem when everybody was really tired of the lore. And I think it would have been infinitely better if we got like loot and a YA protagonist like 15 years back. I think lore would be crazy.
It feels to me like Magic's always like a few months late to the latest trend. Like we did March of the Machines after Infinity War was already like everyone's sick of multiverses now, and now we're gonna make our property into a multiverse.
Yeah,
and it's like we're like a decade past Pikachu, and now we're getting our Magic Pikachu. It's like they are late every single time to the trend, and it just feels corny by that point.
Yeah. And then Sephirin, thank you for the 100 bits. Welcome to the dog pile, my friend. Mr. Maul, do you have your decks posted on Moxfield or something? I would love to look into some Mauled endorsed Mizzet decks. So I do have them, I just don't have very many. If you want the true deck repository, I would check out 33 Elk, both their YouTube channel and their Moxfield. I'm under Mauled Magic Academy, and I do have a number of my decks posted there publicly, but some are like not fit for consumption. Some are failures that I have locked in a closet. And DMC, thank you for the additional 100 bits. If it helps, Jace does get punished for his actions. Perfection.
Yeah, I am at Pip on Moxfield, and all of my favorite decks, the ones with the star, are actively updated, and they mostly, I think all but one have a video primer, and they are all decks I own in paper. I've put money into them. I like own them all.
Oh, so, goddamn. Oh, God.
Yeah, I pay for cardboard like some chump.
Like some fucking animal. Bazinga. Let's talk about Narv, the Crackling Vanguard. So 5 mana Mardu commander, 4/4 flying Death Toucher, ETB, make 2 goblins. Whenever they attack, exile from the top of your library equal to the number of differently named tokens you control. You fuck ass. Don't do that. I got us. I got us, okay? Just fucking get out of here.
Beautiful.
During any turn you attacked with a commander, you may play those cards. It is brutally cute of them to give Mardu some pseudo card advantage. That's pretty sick. Oh, holy fuck. Atraxis Chosen, thank you for the 5,000 bit cheers.
Ooh.
Hey Mauled, I've just waved a blue face in front of you at work at the moment. I'm sub for 50 on Patreon. You fucking rock. Thank you so much, Atraxis. That is incredibly generous, and this will go very well in the Glasses Fund. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, Elk, you were saying Mardu's bad and everyone who plays it sucks?
Mostly. I think this card is its design space already conquered by Gimbal. Gimbal says whenever like you have like artifact tokens, right, differently named. So they just like, oh, Gimbal, but instead,
well, it's Gimbal, but cards instead of make guys. And I do think it's in a, I think what's important is that it is in colors that don't just immediately shithouse its ability to get exile draw. Because like Gimbal, you dropped like the world's hardest working token maker into the token cheater factory because they're in Temur, and you're like, oh, make 1/4/4 after you put all this fucking effort in. Whereas Narv, at least, like, I think it is too fair to be good, but at least there's not a lot of like Mardu, I'm gonna get this big pile of exiled cards and then maybe do some like flaming Tyrannosaurus type shit with it.
Yeah, I just said Mount Everest double sleeve token pile. So like,
yeah,
you're gonna have like a token pile that's like almost the size of your deck, is what it feels like for this one. Like, oh, I have Fable the Mirror Breaker. I'll play that $13 token into play. Oh, here comes Jadar. Here's my decayed zombie. Oh, here comes Ophiomancer. That's a snake. Narv, turn sideways.
I'm actually going to. I think Mount Everest double sleeve token pile is going to be the average one. I'm going to push back on that being the ceiling. I think the ceiling is 5 to 10 really good ones, and then it is just like exile synergies or like weird aristocrat synergies. Because like I don't. Yeah.
Sorry, I could see like that for sure. For me, it's like if you have a treasure token and like a zombie. This already makes 2 red goblins.
Right.
Like, you're exiling 3 when this thing attacks. So maybe ceiling is just super Lelia.
Yeah, I think that's really what it's doing, is you get a way to just exile. Like, you're not trying to exile. If you're trying to exile 10 cards every swing with Narv, you just have word cloud disease. Get well soon. I think what anything approximating good is going to do with the commander is you're going to exile like a chill 1 to 3 every turn cycle, and then either have some way to make your exile play synergies really, really strong, or just whenever you exile 1 or more cards, get thing.
Xanderfuss in chat says the fact that this doesn't have haste is kind of annoying. Little do you know, every red creature in Magic the Gathering has been eroded to have haste because Arena of Glory got printed.
Which you can guarantee you get in your opening hand because you cheat at Magic like Elk does. God damn it. Okay, so then motion, right? Is that like...
You can go Gimbal, like oops, all differently named tokens. I think that deck's actually not bad. You can go treasure. You can go cast from exile.
But do we but do we think that's cool, or do we think that's just like, oh hey, you put Prosper in this deck and he'd be your commander if he had white?
I think this deck has a lot of paths, but those paths have like fences. Like, you can't deviate from them. But there's 3 different build paths. Stick on the path, or else you're going to get fucking mauled by, like, wild animals.
Fucking mauled? You can't hear the Vine boom, but my chat could. Just pretend you heard it.
I get it.
Okay. I mean, like, so motion is like, I'm going to say leash kid. You can kind of do stuff, but you're in a you know, you're in a supremely organized build pattern, and if you go outside the build pattern, you're gonna trip and a car's gonna hit you.
Yeah, I love Leash Kid. That is a very good like rating. I think that's apt.
Okay, then for variance, which I think is tied into the motion rating, I'm just gonna say decent. I'm just gonna say decent variance. You can go some different ways. I can definitely see like not the worst, but the most boring version of this deck is Prosper's Secret Commander, and I just try to use it to like double up my Prosper pile. But you can do a couple. You can do a couple different things, but it is not wide open like Taval or something, where it's just like, I don't know, do something Sultai.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, then Elk, are you ready to move on from narrative?
Yep.
I love YouTube's ad policies.
I know, it's great.
Next, we have Cotus. This is.
I thought this guy's name was like coitus.
You thought? You thought his name was Coitus.
I thought his name was coitus.
I am the champion of the Sibsig. My name is Fuck. Me llamo Smash. God
I mean,
damn it.
He's got it going on for like a corpse.
Oh my God, the bar is in hell. Okay, so
Coitus. People Gunda Sylvanas, I can get this one.
So Coitus. Once a turn, you get Creature Breach. And then whenever you play stuff from the graveyard, or play creatures from the graveyard, you get 2+1/+1 counters on this dipshit. Elk, take it away.
I like it completely went in one ear and out the other. I like this is just Sultai.
See,
cast a creature spell from your graveyard. Whenever creatures enter, if you enter or you cast it for 2 counters, yeah, it just counters itself, and you get to it's shit Muldrotha.
I don't think that's true. I like this for specificity a lot more than I like Taval. This feels like graveyard toolbox commander. Now, this is kind of the archetypal commander in my brain for they made something that was going to let people cook, and then they ripped the fucking e-brake before the CEDH players got a whiff of it. Why are we... Okay, can somebody... Who said that? Who said infinites with persist? Because when I read once during each of my turns, I don't... And I only put counters on myself. I don't conceptualize how that goes infinite with persist unless we have a different infinite combo. Yeah, no. It's like, if you get infinite turns, this motherfucker goes infinite.
This does not go infinite with... Yeah, second line goes infinite with persist. It doesn't. You put 2+1/+1 counters on cotus. So it's not like the one from the Final Fantasy set that got revealed that does go infinite with persist. This one is a different card.
Yeah,
it does very good things.
This seems to me like low power Johnny shit. Because or casual.
Spore Frog exists.
Well, right, but Spore Frog is here to ruin every fucking recursion commander from now until the end of time. Like, I don't know if I want to judge everything by what people are doing with Spore Frog, because those people suck no matter what.
This feels like it's Sultai Carador Ghost Chieftain, right?
Yeah, Sultai Carador. I would agree with that.
This doesn't have the hoop that Carador does, that you have to like mill a bunch of creatures first, though, but it kind of does.
Well, yeah,
it's literally just Carador.
Because you have to, I mean, you have to exile 3. That is it's just the hoop in Sultai's flavorings rather than in Abzan's flavorings. But like, I think you have to pay the mana for whatever you're doing. You can't do this forever and ever. You're doing this to, at best, get like a counter payoff onto Cotus. What I do like is if your deck's engine is all self-mill, he's going to keep giving you game actions to take. Which I do think which I do think matters.
Does this double trigger Insidious Roots?
I think so.
You go Insidious Roots into cast a creature from your graveyard. You exile a different creature card to the cost.
Right.
You get 2 plants? Because that's pretty kind of cool. I don't know. I'm having trouble like feeling interested about this one.
Oh, I don't feel interested in it. I just have nice feelings about like, okay, I think somebody will do something with this card that will make them very happy, and it will not be insulting to the idea of game balance when they do it. Like, I think they had a very level-headed amount of breaks that they pulled on this card.
This is what I'm going with. Please feel free to disagree.
No.
Motion is lol. Variance is good stuff.
Bro is dead. Bro's dead and not moving. Okay. Is that all we want to say about coitus?
He's very boring. I am down to move on.
All right, let's talk about Eshki, who, goddamn, 3 mana 2/2. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on her. If the spell's power is 4 or greater, draw a card. If the spell's power is 6 or greater, Eshki deals damage equal to Eshki's power to each opponent. And I have one little bit of piece I do want to say before I let you take it away, Elk. One of the things I like about this card is, thank fuck, it will force the teamier player to kill me incidentally instead of allowing them to continue playing with fucking Legos. Anyway, how do you feel, Elk?
Stealing's curiosity, right? Eshki punches everyone in the mouth. You ancestral recall +1. Just for playing your big stupid monster.
Well, isn't it? I mean, wouldn't it be drawn if you had curiosity on? Oh wait, it's draw a card on damage, not a card for each point of damage. Okay, yeah. Probably. That feels so.
You need a lot of 6 or more power creatures, but maybe just do ball lightning.
Yeah, I think ball lightning could do it. I mean, that as the teamier players always do, they will find a way to make this storm. Right? They will find a way to make this, like, creature storm. I feel like the ceiling's not very high.
The ceiling of, so if we look at this next to Telval, this is Teamer word soup, and then we have Telval's Sultai word soup. It feels like the Teamer get a little glass ceiling by just absolutely mogged by what Sultai gets to do. You cannot, like, wow. This is not that good of a card.
Well, I feel like it's built to be not that good of a card unless you really fucking love the casino. And then if you really fucking love the casino, the top end of what this card does is meant to make your brain very, very happy. Because I saw somebody mention Maelstrom Wanderer, and it does seem like, oh yeah, all big shit deluxes, Karuga Companion, I cascade into a million gigantic dipshits, and I hope that I high roll kill everybody. Which is not a very high ceiling, but I think for the people who like that archetype, they will be extremely happy as they fall asleep.
Is it crazy to call this just Garrick's Uprising in the command zone?
I think so. Yes. Because
I think you're gonna hit the 4 more power clause a lot of times. I don't know if you're hitting the 6 every turn. When you do, it's nice.
Yeah, you almost certainly don't hit the 6 every turn, but you do definitely lean towards hit 4, keep handful, and then eventually hit a few. Because you only need to hit a couple big 6s since you're getting the counters for literally everything. And so I feel like this is just the newest flavor of a Beast Whisperer deck. Where you go, what if You know, what if I played a million creatures, but they were all cantrips? Ooh, aren't I cute? And then eventually you play Maelstrom Wanderer and you just like put a bunch of reverb into that shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is just cast creatures.
Mm-hmm. Also, Triple Mango Threat, thank you for the Prime sub for the 6th month in a row. Everybody, claps in chat for the editor, Triple Mango Threat, who will be editing this monstrosity. Mango, we've been doing hard pauses for the ad problem we talked about. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Maul, did you forget Elsha from the Is It deck on the slideshow? No, as I said, this shit is all out of order. She is in there. Chrome Def, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Yeah, I do think this is like very... God bless you for handing out those Scryfall techniques to people. Everybody go check out Elk's fast Scryfall guide. 10 minutes or less. Learn how to get good syntax to build your eshki deck in a swift afternoon.
You don't need anything more than that.
So the nice things I will say about this, because I am contractually obligated to take all of these commanders and later on make videos alleging that they are busted and no good and a total design failure. So before I get to those videos, the nice thing I will say is this does kind of feel like another lower power commander that is meant to have inevitability, which
this
does
card rewards you
matter.
for breathing.
Right. And I don't, and that is stupid, but I do think it's important that we have outs for like, oh, my deck is only built to spin the mobile above my crib. This will force you to eventually kill somebody.
I love this design for a player getting into commander, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Like for somebody who doesn't know how to build a deck with a cohesive win condition, like, yeah, pick this up. You can build a solid 2. You can put in every cute dragon you can find, and you will advance the game state just by virtue of I'm going to hit everyone.
In the next year, I'm going to get a deck review on my stream, like a commission, and it's going to be, hey, Elk, I've been playing for about a year, maybe less. I started in Tarkir. What do you think about my eshki deck? Someone's going to submit this deck. It's going to have 34 lands in it. and like 40 creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be the deck. And I'm going to be like, all right, let's pick your 6 worst creatures and put some lands in here.
Yeah, extremely true. Okay, so is that your final feeling about eshki, or do you have additional feelings?
My main feeling about eshki is please just make sure you have some lands in your creature deck. Don't forget about those.
Yeah, this is to actually talk about what the curve of a functional eshki deck might look like. I feel like even if you were building for low power, you would probably end up kind of going into 4 mana ramp, where you would drop eshki and then you just like Sky Shroud claim and then just go bomb, 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 bomb.
I kind of like creature ramp in this deck because you get the counters on eshki for it.
That's true, yeah, Llanowar Elves, but then it kind of feels like if you go...
Well, even then, like, just like a Secure Tri-Builder.
That's true.
Topiary Stomper has 4 power, you draw a card. Ooh. Tasty.
Ooh, ooh. I hate you. That is true. Okay, so yeah, you do just do like creature ETB ramp as much as you can. But I do think you want to go like turn 2, turn 3 is always play eshki. Turn 4 is ramp such that I have the mana to pay for every big dipshit after this. And Alec, man, I am seeing your points, but those are like the answers are long-winded enough that I just don't think we have time to address them, because we cannot like redesign eshki to be interesting in the space of this stream while still talking about all the other cards. We just gotta hate on it and then move on.
Be more like Helios, who just drops like a bomb wreck and chat Rick Smithies in this deck.
Oh, fuck off.
It's 4 mana ramp that also punches all of your opponents in the mouth and also like draws you a card.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I'm not the biggest fan in the world. So okay, yeah. So I feel like the variants in this deck, there's gonna be like a couple cute cards like that that just put me straight to sleep, but are gonna make the teamier players so happy.
Oh.
To correct a child being left behind right now, somebody on YouTube said Beastmaster Ascension, so every dude is damaged. This cares about the power on the spell. So it's not ETB.
Yeah.
It's only when you cast it. Banners and stuff like that are not impacting how eshki is resolving because it only cares about what is the printed power value while it is on the stack. So that is an important note. But now that we have that last little cliff note, Elk, are you ready to move on from eshki?
Yep.
Okay. Next, we have the elsha that DMC thought I forgot, when in reality, I am just a disorganized little goober. This is 3 mana Jeskai, 1/1 trample prowess on combat damage. Punch that many 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess out of somebody. In my mind, this is like cooler monastery mentor.
Cooler is a word you can use. I think it is just like it is pretty close to just 1-for-1 monastery mentor.
May I pour some sugar on you with where I think the important difference is?
Sure, after I thank Monkey Lol for the prime sub. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Holy fuck, Monkey. Thank you. You're the fucking goat. Big kiss on the forehead for you. All right, now may I pour some sugar on you? The creature got him. The creature fucking got him. Okay, so the difference that I think is meaningful and is backed up by the one experience I have had playing against her is when I have played against Monastery Mentor decks, and this is specifically in the context of people trying to play like casual or for fun, is they end up being pseudo pillow fort until they can just murder everybody. Elsha has to go out and get her fucking dudes. She has to go out and pinata you, and she probably has to get active relatively early on, which I appreciate for play pattern. Every Monastery Mentor deck I've ever seen is stick Monastery Mentor, clench your butthole, and hope that he makes it through that turn rotation, and then you just opt for like 3 turns, and then you win, which is terrifyingly boring to me.
Yeah. Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the tier 1. Oh my gosh. For me, Elsha, I look at this card.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, wow, I'm gonna hit someone with like a 14/14, and then I'm gonna pass the turn, and the next turn I'm gonna play Skull Clamp. And I'm gonna draw like 80 billion cards, and then I'm gonna do that again. So I like the fact that the Skull Clamp line with the Monastery Mentor is off with Elsha. In terms of you're going to kill people, whether you like it or not. I do like that it moves the game forward there. You are right.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, the ceiling is Skull Clamp.
Yeah, I do think this is very similar to eshki, very similar to areny. I think this is giving people who wanted to do Jeskai at bracket 2 or maybe bracket 3 but without really good combos something to work with, where they go out there, they get their dudes kill you with hammers, and it's not, I have to sit back until I have the storm turn, and then you just lose, which is very much how, like, Narset can play. It's very much how other Monastery Mentor decks I see play. Like, I'm probably going to build around this because it's going to give me a way to be like, yeah, this is not very good, but it's still going to scratch the Jeskai Spellslinger itch, and I'm going to be able to compete on board in a reasonable time frame.
Oh, hang on, wait.
What's up?
Ceiling is Skull Clamp and Duelist Heritage.
Oh wow, local deer discovers double strike. Imagine.
Sprinkle a little double strike on this babe.
Oh my god,
Holy.
local Selesnya player discovers a combat damage trigger instead of an ETB trigger. You fucking child. Yes, yes, duelist heritage.
Yeah, no, like this is just a really straightforward select design.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is another like motion lull variance, like kitty leash. It's like you're gonna put all the good cheap spells into your prowess bullshit. The motion is like all Elsha decks are going to feel the same to play against. Did you remove Elsha? Yes, no, and then apply that answer like to the flowchart to whether or not you won that game.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think that's true. I do not think this is so good that this is just a like, if Elsha stick, then die. I think for the motion section, the way I feel about it is like prowess deck that isn't die instantly or fall asleep. That's a tremendously low bar, but I feel like this is a prowess deck that can actually like do things on the board, care about the board, and not kill people instantly or totally fall flat. And I think that is a legitimate niche that we are missing.
Yeah, I like it's just a prowess deck. I don't know. I don't know how to feel excited about this one.
Well, it's less of like feeling super excited, and I think this is a difference in the level of Magic that we want to play, that we traditionally like playing. I think a lot of the decks you've described to me, the way you would build this to keep pace with those types of decks, then it is indistinguishable from every other like prowess hit you deck. I'm mostly thinking about like if I was building a deck that didn't even play Skull Clamp because I thought it was unfairly good, like that mindset of people, that is who I think get to do things with Elsha that they don't get to do with existing Jeskai commanders. But I think for like good Magic, yeah, whatever. Every other prowess deck. Variance, -5.
You know, I could accept that this is like Jeskai Kaikar at like bracket 2.
Mm-hmm.
I could eat that logic.
This is like Jeskai baby food.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, but variance is
Gerber's.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, a million ha 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 ha's and then Gerber's right at the end. Like it is not reinventing the wheel. If anything, it's reinventing the wheel with some flat parts so that it doesn't roll as good, so that you can bring it to the shitty amateur races.
Yeah.
But I like that because that is the level of commander I like to play most, and I never get to play Jeskai at that level of commander, because if you try to make a Jeskai deck that is like soft enough for that level, you just make one that trips on its own dick on the storm turn rather than make one that plays fairly. No, you don't understand. The one cost instance I play are fire. Thank you, Fire Biddy. You're right. My fault.
Yeah, that is the one thing about Elsha too that's actually kind of awkward, is Mentor the Meek has a lot of game with counter spells, because you go counter your spell, I make a monk on my next, and like that I can swing with on my next turn. Elsha doesn't do that. You need to main phase all your shit and then move to combat.
Mm-hmm.
The risk is higher on Elsha.
Oh, DMC, thank you for the cheer. Okay, but Elsha Enchantress Voltron seems really good. We can
Elsha also works with auras.
We can have a talk about what words mean. Turn 4, get a minimum of 4 1/1s with prowess seems good. It does seem good. The Enchantress Voltron is one of those game plans where you either stick an indestructible aura or you just start shuffling right there. Once you begin banking on... Yeah, take it away.
Aura is the worst card type.
Mm-hmm.
By far. Aura is awful because you enchant your shit with it, and then your shit dies, and then suddenly that Doomblade was like a 3-for-1 because all of your auras fall off and explode. So you can build Elsha auras. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. It's just like Sunforger I can hear you out on.
Yeah, the tools exist to do it, but the reason Voltron decks and Aura Voltron decks are such a meme in general, other than fucking light pause, is because the card advantage situation typically gets really, really rough if you have to bring in the density of protection auras that you need to have to make it likely that you're going to get this off. And then the monks do... Right, there are a lot of protection auras with Flash, which is why the last CEDH tournament was won by a Jeskai Enchantress deck. You are correct. There's a ton of protection auras with Flash that really turn on the Jeskai Voltron game plan in a big way, which is why the last 5 CEDH tournaments, actually, including the Boil, everybody was top 8ing. Right, I realize you're not saying CEDH. I'm trying to drive home a point of, like, that is still a very weak game plan. That is very, very feast or famine. Even if you do get the protection auras, because a lot of the commonly brought answers to creature game plans will just sweep you up incidentally. As soon as you start getting into bracket 3 or 4, like, everybody is bringing a Toxic Deluge if they have access to it. A lot of people are bringing, like, Farewell if they have access to it. And so when you go Aura Voltron, it's like, oh yeah, you got Flash Indestructibility. Like, you chumped the fuck out of that Doomblade. A lot of the stuff people are bringing still fuck you up.
Yeah, like why does every aura nowadays draw a card, copy itself, or return to your hand? It's because Wizards knows.
That's because for 20 years, auras have failed to, like, do anything approaching goodness. Like, it's just, auras have been getting the fuck beaten out of them for, like, 20 straight years. But it is totally doable, and that is the type of, like, lower power stuff that you can really do. I just don't think it's cracked, or that it's, like, hot tech to go, like, ooh, me when I get an aura in. There is that one storm aura from Tarkir that was, like, built to go with this elsha. But for the most part, I think just going all in on Enchantress Voltron would be a mistake with this deck.
Are you ready to move on?
I'm ready to move on. Okay. Next up, we have the Mardu Precon Clan Commander. Zergo Stormrender. 3 mana 3/3 with mobilize 1. Whenever a creature token you control leaves the battlefield, draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, each opponent loses 1 life.
Did they just, like, forget that they printed this exact, like, card text in Rakdos with Garna?
Hey, I think Mardu needed Garna. I think this is the situation we just talked about of why does Wizards keep giving auras return to hand? Why did they give Mardu Garna? Because they listened to the fucking people and realized every Mardu deck lived or died based off if they drew Garna. If you wanted to be in aggro tokens. So, like, I think uninspired, certainly. Necessary for the archetype, very potentially.
You know, God, I like. Can we do we have a skip each? Like, can we just skip this one? Like, it's just so boring.
I like this one. I think that this is like.
Foxy, thanks for the raid, by the way, for Maul's chat.
What's happening?
Foxy raid.
Oh my God! Hello, Foxy. Thank you very much for the raid. I gotta stop going in the compiler every time. We are doing our set review with 3/3 Elk. I hope you had a very good stream, and thank you so much for the raid. So anyway, Elk was talking about how they hate all Mardu players and they think all their cards suck and are boring, and I was bringing forth the very reasonable rebuttal that, like, I think it's good that we are incentivizing people to swing in Mardu when the blocks are not good. Like, I think that matters. I think there's a lot of, and somebody in chat said, like, oh, well, why would I play this when Caesar exists? I think Caesar is bitch made. I think Caesar is like the depths of, or the things that Caesar incentivizes is the depths of, okay, well, I'm gonna swing to get these triggers, but then I'm instantly gonna sack him because I know he's gonna die. Like so many Mardu decks will never make it to the declare blockers step. They will go to the declare attackers step, and then they will like just instantly do fuckery to try to squeeze value out of it before they return to their anemic game plan. And I think that's still possible in Zergo, but Zergo at least makes it like you can actually let the tokens hit and die.
For like, okay, ceiling is a brazen cannonade. This is a card.
Fair.
I don't know if you know it. Brazen cannonade is just stupid. I don't know if you ever played against it in Commander.
I've seen it, but I've never had to. Also, Tokrax and Difloros, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the Doghouse. And DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Edward Sallow is a bitchless, rizless, motionless fool. All hail Zergo. Fuck the Roman cosplayer. Oh, that must be Caesar's government name.
Kaisar. I love him.
Moxie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. But yeah, like the...
Yeah, this is Brazen Cannonade the deck. Buy your Brazen Cannonades now.
Yeah, hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Brazen Cannonade, dude. This rocks. This kicks. Like this
I knew you'd like that one.
I like that it becomes possible to swing your guys even when you're like, oh, they're gonna die, and you don't have to have a heart attack about it. I think that has ruined so many like Mardu game plans where they have to go, I'm like the big bad Mardu crash out deck. I'm horrified to swing any of my creatures because I have not drawn into Cathar's Crusade, so I have a couple 2/2s while the dragon player has stuck exactly one creature that I'm terrified of.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you a little bit, but the way that this deck is almost always going to play out is just like Aristocrats, where you're going to move to combat, you get Brazen Cannonade in play, you attack the dragon player, yeah, absolutely. But before combat, we get to the combat damage step, before we even get to blockers, you're like, sack my creature, get the attack.
I agree, but that is, so here. That is how I feel about that. It's just as possible to do, I move to declare attackers, I sack all of them for value, a la what Caesar has to do. But I think this at least like opens the door to not get just choke slammed into the ground if you try to commit harder to aggro. That is what I like, is I think there is at least a pathway to be like, no, fuck Aristocrats, we fight, and you can get a similar level of card draw and a non-similar level of damage, but at least some level of damage from staying on the aggro plan instead of having to always convert into, I'm playing an Orzhov deck that has a couple goblin makers in it.
Ted Mihail, thank you for the tier 1. For me, I see this variance, the game plan you're describing. It is either nuclear bomb or slow Aristocrats.
Nuclear bomb or sacrificial baby.
Yeah, so like slow Aristocrats, what I mean is like you're behind in this deck and like you need the value. So you make tokens and then you need to wait for them to not be summoning sick to draw your cards to get back into like a game where you're getting valued out, which is slow Aristocrats, or you have killed everyone on turn 7 with token aggro.
So we're actually going to be talking about this again when we talk about main set Zergo, but let me attempt to sell you on decks that are more like, and not all this specific version of it, but sell you on like Flame Shadow Conjuring esque effects with this guy. This is exile, so this one like literally, leaves the battlefield.
No. They don't worry. Wizards of the Coast got you. You don't have to think.
So like Jaxus, because I also thought about that. I was like, 1/1s, whatever.
Yeah, like some
But
kiki jiki shit.
there's also a lot of like red ephemeral copying that normally ends up being dog shit because you go to swing it and either your creature doesn't cheat hard enough at the game, or maybe you even do like Felden, right? That type of thing.
Felden's okay.
So that is what I'm thinking of for how the aggro path keeps going. And then it's just like, you know, if you do this with Felden, if you had a good ETB or something, you get the ETB, you either get damage through or you get a card that is just straight upside because you were bringing the thing out of your graveyard. Same goes for like a couple myriad effects. Like I think there's a lot of stuff that is not crazy good, but is great neuron activation and lets you just like, I'm going to crash out the whole time instead of I'm going to sit back and build up this like massive overrun army. I'm going to fucking cool thing. And
I never thought, by the way, about Zergo punishing blockers because the token doesn't sacrifice at end of combat.
Mm-hmm.
Token sacrifice at end of turn. So if you block the 1/1, you're giving the Zergo player a card.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just always eating it. I like that actually.
Yeah, like it's really good for okay, Mauld, what do you think crash out means? To be unreasonably violent in a surprising way. That is my most concise definition of crash out.
Yeah, so I think the new floor of Zergo kinda is like, this is just impact tremors for your tokens, right? Like this is just a Zulaport cutthroat.
Mm-hmm.
And my tokens are never surviving to the end of combat. I'm sacrificing them myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you block or not.
Yeah. Very fair.
Okay, yeah. I like that.
So it's like, yeah, I don't think any of the individual card tech is going to make eyes pop out of heads, but I think the play pattern it supports is much like, what was I saying, with Cotus or something. But I think the play pattern it supports is one that deserves a little bit of love, and I do like it for that. Are you ready to move on from Zergo?
Yes, I am.
That was a certified mango money moment. Now we're moving on to, main set stuff. Areny, the Song Unending. 8 mana, 10/10, flying, protection from white and black. When Areny enters, it deals X damage divided as you choose amongst any number of creatures and or planeswalkers your opponents control, where X is the number of lands you control. And I am asleep permanently.
Yeah, I thought they learned from Animar that protection from white and black on a teamer card is just fucking awful to play against. Like, okay, it's 8 mana. Ooh, Animar's only 3 mana. This is 8 mana. Don't care. It doesn't matter what this word is on. Like, it's so dumb. Like, you couldn't think of a just give it hexproof. I don't care. Put hexproof on the fucking card. Why do you screw specifically white and black?
Ward, eat your own removal card afterwards. You have to chew it up and spit it out if you want it to target Areny. And see, what I hate it for is this is like, Teemier Flicker one-sided board wipe. Give me 45 minutes to play with myself.
Yeah, this is just like a Plague Wind.
Yeah.
This could be a good. This could be like a good counterweight commander, always stealing from the snail.
Yes, rob him.
Where you play 0 ramp spells.
This is just I hit 8 land drops.
You Teamer curve out, turn 9 or 10. You go Areny, blow up all of your blockers, kill you.
Yeah, team your aggro, and right as I'm gassing out, board wipe whoever has the best blocker situation. God. What I hate about that is I almost like that play pattern, and I know 0 people in the world are gonna do it.
I'm so mad that you like it's true that people are just gonna go ramp spell, Areny, die.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're gonna turbo ramp their 8 mana 10/10 commander. Ureny's gonna get soul shattered because protection from black doesn't actually end up meaning anything in the end. And then they're gonna go, okay, play Areny again, blow up your monster. Okay, like, and then it gets removed again, and then you lose. Like, just no. The best way to play this is you go, I curve into a threatening board without evasion, and then I kill all of your creatures and I swing.
Yeah. Whereas I think the way it's gonna get played is 8 mana fart cloud.
Yeah, this is awful.
All right, so motion. Is there a way, like, hold on. Do those words make sense to you?
From what I know, kinetic vacuum just means that like it's like actually like Kelvin like 0. Like there's nothing going on. No motion. It's like the most like physically possible freezing. There's like no plank length even movement.
And I wanted to imply that it was stealing motion from things near it as well. It's not only motionless, it is also taking motion away from other cards that are in the area.
This shit is antimatter motion.
Okay, then for variance, I'm going to say less than it deserves, because I do think that Temur aggro plan, and I used this as a late game, let me get attacks through. I think that deserves to see play, and I don't think it ever will. But
yeah,
God, if we could.
There's actually a really funny thing you can do with this card. I'm thinking Sarenth, the Viper's Fang. So you need to stick with me for a second. Sarenth, the Viper's Fang says tapped creatures you control have Death Touch, and then you run like Jiraga. Tree Speaker, not Jiraga Tree Speaker. Fuck, it's a Jespara Sentinel or Springleaf Drum. So ways to tap Areny. So you play Areny, and then you tap her in response to and it's a actual play when it's a Death Touch ping on each of their creatures.
Oh my god!
Which is so funny. It's actually cool.
with the power of all of Commander's brains combined, we've figured out the Zeatora Basilisk Collar synergy. In Temur, we've fucking done it. We've done Zeatora Basilisk Collar in blue. Everybody, round of applause for us.
Yeah, but like those cards are all just individually playable in the deck. I think if you give it Areny Death Touch like consistently, it's pretty cool. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's sad. This just breaks my heart to look at.
So, given that, do we want to move on from there?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Then before we move on, because I have to pee like a small child, I'm going to hit my next manual ad break now. I would suggest you do the same, and then we return in a couple minutes and get to the next main set commander. Sound good?
Sounds good. I can get more iced tea.
All right, I'm banishing you all to the ad zone. Subs, it's whole time. I'm going to get some Gamer Subs GG, who, by the way, sponsors this stream. Use code MALL for 10% off, gamersubs.gg. I'm ordering some anime girl thighs later today. But anyway, I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to use the bathroom. Then we'll be back onto the new hotness.
All right. Enjoy the ads, everyone.
Yeah, enjoy your fucking demon zone.
All right, subs. I'm taking song requests. So if you want to request a little bit of music to play on my stream, I'm down to play an album, I think. I'm leaning towards like MF Doom. I could play metal. I am a big Judas Priest fan. All right, I'm gonna play a Tribe Called Quest Low End Theory. Are there any New York hip hop enjoyers? That will be my background music for the next hour because I need something a little more cohesive, I think. All right, while this plays, I will be right back. The stream's not starting soon. It has been going. I'm gonna get some more iced tea. I will be right back.
Okay, everybody. I'm back now. Did the creature get elk? The one from the feature? Most likely. I cannot see shit in these glasses.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, you are excellent.
I need to tell you what happened to me. So
Fairy godmother, right? That's normally what happens when people
I feel like I feel like a 4-year-old telling you this story. So we were out of my normal cups. I normally just get like a glass cup for water, and I was like, okay, instead I'll use one of the big Buc-ee's cups that my roommate has because they're huge. So they're like twice the size of the normal cups I use, and I'm streaming for a little bit more. So I got one of these Buc-ee cups that were blue, and they're bigger than my normal cups. And I put it down, I filled it up with water, and then I went to go use the restroom, and I came back to the kitchen, and the blue cup had turned like blood red, and it looked like the liquid inside was like blood red, like it was like frightening. And I walked up to the cup, and it's a color changing cup. I thought my shit got like turned to fucking blood by like some demon or something. Like, why did my water turn red? I was so confused.
I had a very similar story, but instead of a Buc-ee's cup, it was when I was still in high school, and I was trying to get more into athletics. I started drinking a shitload of home-pressed beet juice, and after like a week, it turns all of your pee and poop blood red.
I heard this story.
And I almost tricked my coach into calling an ambulance at practice because I was like, oh, I got to go to the bathroom before we start this workout. And then I was like, Ronnie, I'm dying. I don't know what happened. Tell my story. Tell them I was a generational talent, even though I wasn't.
The beet juice. The what juice?
Boss, thoughts on Annie joins up being doubling season at home in a bonk equals tokens deck. So I mean that is true and real if you are a liar. I think the sentence you have just uttered is a great example of the beautiful part of Commander, where you can take things that are very, very bad and make them appear identical to things that are very, very good because of other synergies in your deck. But I think saying doubling season at home is just like, that's clickbait. Come on. We both know that's clickbait. There's like what? Yeah. You got one legendary that does a cool combat damage trigger. Like, it's good clickbait. I'll give you that. It's a great. That's a great YouTube short thumbnail.
I look at Annie joins up. I'm not gonna finish my thought. Sorry.
I look at Annie joins up. Brain goes blank.
I know. I've decided to abstain from having the stream end early. You can flicker it with Velia.
God!
It's a removal engine. It's so good. I'm like a pull string toy. Whenever you pull it, I say you can flicker this card with Velia.
If the card has an ETB, there's a corgi in my boot. Wham, wham, wham. God damn it. Anyway, smash or pass on clandestine chameleon. Hard pass.
I'm sorry.
I got a random smash or pass redeem while we were talking, but yeah.
I like to join in on these. Oh, he's cute. I like him.
I like him. Oh, he big. He a 4/3.
He looks like a sweet guy. He's like riding a roller coaster. Is he in a fun house? What's happening?
I mean, he's from Unfinity, so he's he's in some type of attraction. Mal, thoughts on Nath of the Guilt Leaf? Well, Pikmin, we covered it a little bit earlier in the stream because it was tangential to Taval. It's just like, I don't know, boldly uninspired. Nath of the Guilt Leaf seems, especially as commander, seems like instant bracket 4 jail. Instant bracket 4 no fun allowed jail. Because you're never doing that in a cute way. You're only doing it or nath of the guild. I mean, is that different? Did I say the name wrong, or is this a truly different card?
Nath of the Guild Leaf is the name of the card, and it is. There's only one card that sounds like that.
Oh, it's this guy. Okay. I don't know, man. I haven't seen this card before.
It used to be CDH playable.
Insane.
Back in the good old days where you could do a 5-mana 4/4.
In that case, I'm gonna say thank God for power creep. Perpetually Tired, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. And Kunfbg, J-Ski, Periaz, thank you all for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the Doghouse, my friends. Let's move on to main set tbal, who was responsible for like every modern player shitting their pants when they saw on the spoiler stream that we were getting a card that gave spells delve. 5 mana, 6/6 flying lifelinker. Take that, literally everybody from the 2000s. Spells you cast have delve, but whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value.
I think this is like, it's terminally fair, right?
It is, and I think it's fair in a way that people aren't going to appreciate until they resolve it themselves and see just how fucking bad that lose life equal to mana value is. Like, yeah, everybody's going to be like, oh, this is fucking broken, and then you're going to get tbal and be like, okay, I can cast. This is terminally broken at tables that are afraid to hit people before turn 6.
Yeah, this is... The ceiling, of course, is Platinum Empyrean.
Yeah.
How do I spell? God, save me. There you go. Fresh from Scryfall.
Aether Flux Reservoir, though. I don't think you've ever played with that card. If we're saying Aether Flux Reservoir, though, because at this
it's
point,
okay.
I mean, like it gains life.
Platinum Empyrean, I'm gonna amend as well. Traumatize. So you traumatize yourself. You mill half your library.
Yeah.
And then you go tbal, flashback, dryads, whatever the fuck, dryads revival, which is regrowth with flashback.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Platinum Empyrean from the graveyard for 1 green, and then you go Platinum Empyrean, and then you go Aether Flux for delve, and then you start storming. Like, I can see it, but this is happening on turn 6, 7. That's fine.
I mean, I think it's even like I think you can jam other, like, I think the things that make this broken are just, hey, what about this other Sultai combo that's been bullshit forever? This is also bullshit in this new Sultai commander. Ha! Like because you could definitely, I'm sure you can build some type of Aetherflux Storm. I'm not convinced that you build an Aetherflux Storm deck that is meaningfully different from just like Joyra Aetherflux Storm. Like, I don't think there's anything the colorless delve is turning on that means anything. It's just like, yeah, we can jam this combo package that has done stuff before, but I think a lot of people thought like, oh, this mana advantage is going to be absolutely fucking insane, and I don't think that's as true as people think outside of like 1 or 2 specific cards. Just because
there is Exsanguinate.
Yeah, that's what that one is. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, so Platinum Empyrean, you traumatize yourself. Exsanguinate, X equals 1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
That's decent, but also once again, we're just like in the turn 7 realm with tbal. Like, you need to have like you need to be like finger up your ass across the table to let that happen. Like, you are not thinking or
and
breathing.
This is and that brings it back to, yeah, cards broken if your table feels bad about dealing combat damage before turn 4. If the table you are playing at, so this is kind of maybe like you're probably playing a 3 as soon as you play this, but you're not a disgusting 3 or anything like that. Like,
this is a 3 floor for sure.
Yeah, the mana turning self mill into mana is so good and Sultai's access to graveyard is so good, you're never going to build a hoo silly Taval deck. But I think the ceiling is much lower than people think.
Yeah, I'm going to change my variance rating here from EDH Rex says Platinum Empyrean plus 99% synergy to EDH Rex says Exsanguinate 99% synergy.
Right. Is this just a better life modulation commander than Bator? No, Bator is much better if you, for the 10 people in the world that really want to figure out a life yo-yo thing. Tbal is desperately trying to gain life just to continue casting bombs. They're not doing they're not modulating their life. They're not trying to move that needle in a precise way. I know because I've gotten to resolve this card, and it just becomes like, holy shit, holy fuck, how do I gain any life to allow my... Because the thing is, this happens even if you're not cheating. Even if you're not cheating, you are losing this fucking life. Like, if your opponents are awake, this is hard countered by Sapience. If your opponents are awake at the magic table, your life total is going low enough that you are not allowed to cook.
Taval hits the battlefield and you have effectively pulled out a gun and shot yourself in the stomach.
Yeah.
How do you stop bleeding?
It's Taval hits the battlefield, you take a handgun out, slam it on the table to show you mean business, and then you waist tuck it. So that if anything does happen, you are the one suffering.
Yeah, so am I wrong to think that the motion is just big boys or combo boys?
Probably. Oh, you're probably not wrong. You're probably right. Like, I think this is just, I don't know. I like fraud, but I don't like cultivate. It's like, I want to feel like I'm so clever, but I don't want to land ramp.
Yeah. I could see like an oops all artifacts Taval.
Oh yeah, I mean the Taval Artifacts players are going to feel really good about themselves for like 2 weeks when the set officially drops. You're definitely going to get some type of like artifact draw my deck combo.
Oh yeah, Mystic Forge. Ooh, that's gross. But
yeah, which holy shit, guys. Hold on, I think I've figured out a pretty cracked, if you don't mind me saying. Pretty cracked Taval combo. It's gonna go a little something like you get Mystic Forge, and then you get like Sensei's Divining Top, and now you may not have heard of this one, and then Aether Flux Reservoir.
Yeah, I think that might be good.
Yeah, like Taval, honestly, Taval turning that combo on, being the only commander in the world that can navigate that combo, is worth a lot of consideration. But yeah, fucking, it's a guy. It's a whole guy. Much fairer than I thought it was going to be. I am sure that everybody on the set design team is absolutely like kicking their heels in glee that they clickbaited everybody with spells you control have delve. And
Melissa DeTore's going, yes!
I got you!
Yeah, no, other Taval is just way more broken than this, and that's because lands are straight up just better than spells. I think that is part of like the equation.
If you say that again on my stream, I'm going to ask you politely yet firmly to leave. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not going to ask you to admit the opposite. I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you say that again out loud, I will be asking you politely yet firmly to get into the woods.
My fault. I forgot. Forgot about the. Yeah, it's a thought crime.
Forgot Mauld can't handle the truth. All right, are you ready to move on?
Yes, I am.
Next, we have main set Narv, Heart of the Storm, 4 mana, 4/5, who makes me deeply, deeply sad. This is a flyer that says if a creature you control that ETB'd this turn would deal damage, it deals twice that much damage instead.
Irongrave!
Let me look at this guy. Let me see if you can save this card too. Oh, what?
What? Broadside bombardiers. Fury.
No. Okay. Let me bring it back. Hey everyone, Arena of Glory exists, and so does Heartless Hidetsugu.
Heartless Hidetsu. That one's cool. I did not think about that one. That one's hilarious. Holy shit.
Arena of Glory Hidetsugu, and then just pack it up, go home, play a better game. So, true. We blink the Pyrogoyf with Philia.
Yeah, no, this is a blink deck.
No.
It's a blink deck. You flicker Pyrogoyf, or you make like 10 token copies of it, and they go pew, 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 and they all do double damage. Fury does double damage for 0 mana. Fury is 0 mana, 4 shocks. And then you ephemerate it, comes back, 4 more shocks.
My heart can't handle going from spells you control have delve, not that good actually, to holy fuck quadruple shock. Are you guys listening to this? Have you guys heard about this?
Quadruple shock for 0 mana.
You're just saying words at this point. You're just saying fucking words.
Pyrogoyf fucking bowling ball over your opponent's head. Boom, just take 12. Flicker it. Boom, take 12. It's great. Gut skeletons. You swing with the creature, and then you sack the creature, and the skeleton's a 4/1 with menace that does 8. Broadside bombardiers. You move to combat. You swing with menace. It does 4 damage, and then you evoke Fury turn 2. You get 4 shocks, and then you sack the Fury, and you deal 14 damage to someone.
Sorry, I blacked out while that was happening. So is this just like giving thing to flicker? Because I feel like this is a thing Rakdos could already do, right? Like doubling damage is a big red thing, big Rakdos's whole bag, and this is just like, hey, we're gonna give this to the ETBs by putting white on it.
Imagine Obosh, but if it was like good.
Right. Yeah.
So narv is 4 fucking mana. That's my argument. Like, this card is so cheap compared to every other damage doubler. You have like gratuitous violence. That's 5 mana. You can't put in your command zone. You have O'Hare Ashenil and Sulfim, but those are mono red.
Right, so that's what I mean by we're giving this to the Blink players now, rather than
I think this is
it...
one of, yeah, I think this is one of the coolest cards ever because the motion isn't just Blink. It's not just Blink, I promise. You can also do haste. This is better. What's it called? The one guy that's like, oh, creatures that entered this turn deal double.
Mm-hmm.
There's one of those from Warhammer. It's the Gruul one. I forgot the name.
Death Leaper, yeah.
Death Leaper. It is not just Blink, I promise. I promise there's more cool stuff you can do with this card. It's just that the coolest stuff you can do is Blink.
Okay, I will hear you out.
I think Gut True Soul Zealot is just the best example of that.
Okay, well, I spelled it wrong, so can you pretend that I spelled it right? Hold on, spin that one back. Whenever you attack, you may sack something to make a 4/1. Yeah, so basically make an 8/1.
Yeah, exactly. So you just like 8/1 someone over the head. You get Anointed Procession.
Don't. Every time I'm almost with you. I'm almost with you.
Yeah, Gut is a girl. If you played Baldur's Gate 3 with me, you know that.
I never had the opportunity to learn anything about Gut other than what their guts look like on the floor. I crash out on the Goblin Village instantly every playthrough.
Yeah,
okay.
But this is just like all ETBs.
I'm actually going to apply the same exception I was giving Zergo to this with the like Flame Shadow Conjuring, Jaxus, Felden stuff. Um,
Oh yeah.
for it's not just blink, where you can also do all of that like ephemeral creature stuff that Gut is kind of doing. Okay.
Orcish Bowmasters does damage.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, ceiling. Ceiling. We gotta edit the ceiling now. That's the thumbnail now.
No, okay, Orcish Bowmasters. Listen, it turns into Shieldred.
Shut up!
It's 2 life loss per card.
No!
Someone like wheels the table. I go, hi. We're dying now. Then so cool. I love that.
Okay, for variants, I'll say actually real. I agree with Alec, and I agree with you, Elk. It is not just blink. I think probably your favorite thing to do is going to be blink. My favorite thing to do is going to be the like Henzi-esque thing of what if I got a creature but for only 1 turn. Okay.
Oh, there's also like cards like you can still move further into tokens with like Witty Roastmaster. That's impact tremors on a creature. There's also the really good one from Bloomborough, the one with the offspring. That's a creature that does that, and you play the token card after you play Witty Roastmaster, and it's a Perforos. It does 2 per creature instead of 1 that turn. Yeah, Agate Instigator.
Is this like even? Holy shit! Have we saved Warstorm Surge?
Ooh, Warstorm Surge is a really good one. Yeah,
obviously not like crazy, but like Warstorm Surge, yeah.
It makes every creature into a Pyrogoyf. Pyrogoyf, by the way, really good with token copying.
It makes everything into this other thing. It makes everything.
Well, yeah, Pyrogoyf is just the best at it. Because you copy Pyrogoyf, you get 2 triggers. You copy it again, you get like a billion.
Yeah, there's like Dash. There's Mono Black Ninjas.
Oh, Dash is cute.
Yeah. I said this thrice, you fuckers. Mira la la la. That doesn't... How could you have said this thrice when you've been banned the entire stream?
Oh, Mira la la la. Have you tried making a Twitch account, like a Twitch account, and streaming on it? And then maybe you wouldn't be a chatter, and instead you would be a streamer.
All right, we're banning Elk. All right, we also have a random Smasher Pass to do. So, Elk, do you want to talk more about narrative, or do you feel good about narrative?
I feel good about narrative. I think this is like one of my favorite designs.
You have swung me from thinking that this thing was like terminally boring to I might try to build it. So I will credit you that.
I also like, I think everyone and their mom wants to build narrative because it's just so funny.
Everyone shut the fuck up about Terror of the Peaks. I will.
Terror of the Peaks isn't even that good with it. Anyway, I'm gonna random Smasher Pass with you.
Excellent.
I'll match all random Smasher Passes this stream.
Hell yeah! 3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh, sorry guys. We've hit a no on my side.
We've also hit a hard pass. I got Coalition Honor Guard, which is just like a local equestrian club. But, I don't know.
Coalition Honor Guard. Let's take a peek.
They look stinky.
I need to find it. I'm sorry.
And that's through the rose-colored glasses.
Yeah, this shit is like fucking like Megan Thee Stallion, like sex icon compared to what I got.
What'd you get?
I got Tainted Spectre.
Okay, hold on. Alt art check. There's only one art. Yeah, straight to the garbage.
He is wearing eyeliner.
10 points. Youngblood mentioned. But unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna have to take you straight to the penis inversion chamber. Okay, so are we moving on from narrative now?
Yeah, I'm down to move on.
I clicked wrong on the... Okay. Next, we have main set Narset. 3 mana Jeskai. At the beginning of your end step, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you cast this turn. I love this card. Do you as well, Elk?
The ceiling is 1 with nothing. So you go like Narset. Like this is the fastest way to discard your hand in Jeskai.
Oh, that is true. You can just resolve commander, chuck it over my shoulder. You fucking. That's not why I like it, but that is an angle.
No, I am of course yoking. Narset ceiling, like this just feels like a Teferi's Ageless Insight kind of deal. You have like Riel the Everwise, the fucking discard grandma, jerking you off, going like, hey, discard your hand, and then you're like,
not the discard gilf. See, the thing is, I think all of those things very, very good with it. The bad payoff I like with it, very much my version of like, oh my god, Captain Howler makes Thrill of Possibility so good, or Monument to Endurance makes Thrill of Possibility so good, is we can get some fucking Spellslinger decks that do not all have to run every copy of Big Score. Like, we can finally get some shit where we can cast some spells that are not either cantrips or do not all say draw a card on them, which I think we're opening up with variance being 100 million. Many will fail.
Yeah,
but I think variance is huge. Most people won't live up to it, but holy shit, we finally get to do like Storm-esque without every card needing to have draw a card on it. That was the little breath catch of like, oh, I'm co-streaming with an idiot. Just say it. Just say
it. So okay. This card just like you just play Magic and you win. If you're doing Jeskai shit, ritual, all that turns into card draw on your end step. And then you draw Past in Flames, you do your Past in Flames Storm line. It's really good. Lier, Disciple to Drowned, come on. Eats alive.
Stinky animal. Yet again talking about good Magic. I am talking about Jeskai Creature Storm. I can play 2/2-drop creatures, go Hellbent, and replace them. Come on! Think about it.
If you go like Jeskai Human Aggro, like that's kind of based.
Yeah, like that's the type of shit I'm thinking of, is we get to do stuff that is so far outside of the typical Jeskai game plan that it should not work, but it does because Narset doesn't require us to only be on instants and sorceries. Like, I think it is, and I think it enables like mid-range Jeskai for the first time. Because you don't have to fucking take the winning storm turn or die. You just be like, oh, pretty good turn. I cast 3 spells, draw 3. Pass.
Yeah. Okay. I kind of like that. Anyway, the motion for me is I'm still not running Reliquary Tower. Don't put it in your decks. Ever. I don't care like what you build this as. Do not put that card in your deck. Especially in your 3-colored Pip commander deck.
I tend to agree. I used to be a Reliquary Tower lover, and now yeah, I'm doing controlled demolition on that shit. Like, it's just learn how to love discard. Does Zinnia not enable mid-range Jeskai? No, because it's a bird and they work for the government.
Yeah, I will add, this is like Amber Gristle Omal.
Yeah, but not dog shit, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is good Amber Gristle.
Okay. Okay, I rock with that, yeah. Yeah, like now the thing is, the variance is so high that even looking at this, I have a little bit of yep. The word is flitting around in my brain somewhere. Choice paralysis, where it feels like it enables so much that I have no idea what I would want to do. What I would want to do first, because my brain keeps going to like, oh my god, normal Jeskai shit, which is not what I would want the commander to be.
Yeah, I think human aggro is a really good line for this.
Mm-hmm.
You get a lot of really good humans in Jeskai. That was like kind of the basis of the human deck in Modern for a long time before it got absolutely just destroyed from orbit from Modern Horizons cards.
Mm-hmm.
Black is like a kind of a bummer to miss out on, but it's Jeskai is decent, especially red white.
Miralala, I swear to God, if you mention heir apparents in relation to this commander one more time, you will rue the day. I swear to fuck if you talk about the bunnies. Mostly because I know you're right. But if I ever see a fucking heir apparent Narset deck, we're ending that stream early.
Mods surgical extraction this user.
More people should run that. Also, Spy Jockey, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 4th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Okay. Does that feel complete? You want to move on from this commander?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. I'm trying to hit a different face for every mango money moment.
I hit my 2 on my numpad and I get the sassy face.
Oh, that's clever. Next, we have Sultai Sassy Bitch, main set cotus, 4 mana, indestructible 2/1, win deal combat damage, exile top X of their library where X is damage dealt. You may cast any number of spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying their mana costs. I think let it rip.
Stealing Lantern Control. Look at who has the best shit. Beep 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 beep. Fucking,
Yeah.
You're in blue. You got Drink of Age. Go grab it.
And see, I think this guy sucks.
I think he sucks too. I think this card's awfully designed.
Yeah.
At least for Commander.
And what really drove it home for me was actually a custom card that I reviewed from a viewer where they put in a theft card that was like incredibly unwieldy grammatically. And to be clear to everybody, I want this to be dope because I fucking love theft. The reason I think this sucks and they'll never fix it is because Wizards is not going to print like extra tall cards, which it would need to be for this effect to fit on it. But what would make it great to me is if the text said you exile the spells, you cast a copy of the spell. Because with casting the spell, and that is the text that was on this custom card that was like, oh my god, that is what theft effects like this are missing. Yeah, it was Whitebreads, where this one is like, okay, Theft Voltron should be cool. However, if you steal from the same person twice ever, you kill them and you lose all the shit you stole. It is like,
even if you steal from the same person once, to steal from them, you have to hit them over the head with a fucking lead pipe. And then they're probably going to not be playing Magic anymore after you smack them for 10.
Yeah.
And like Theft already has this issue.
Like Theft already has that issue. And like Voltron is already generally so weak that it becomes like, oh, it's Voltron, but you have to spread the damage if you want to keep anything you take. So like, I think this guy would be hot as shit if it was cast copies. If everything
he is hot as shit.
Okay, shut up. You're right. I think the card would be, I would be building a deck this moment if the card said cast copies, so that after I killed you, I still had whatever permanence I took. Because this basically says if I do anything but instant or sorcery based advantage, I lose it the moment I actually try to advance the game state by taking a player out.
Yeah, so I'm going to say Lantern Control worse than Lonis or Xanathar as the ceiling. But here's the thing about this card, like the variance or like the motion of this card, none. And the variance is like metal pipe dropping sound effect, like fucking nothing.
I vibe boomed.
So, but the thing about cotus here is, yes, that issue exists. The only reason why this card has any amount of playing commanders is that instants and sorceries exist. So you can steal those. I guess. But it's like if this is like, ooh, I finally have villainous wealth in the command zone, it's not as good.
Yeah, like I want it to be so dope where you can just focus on like big number simulator on this guy and then okay, I have my big lead pipe. I clank you on the head with my big lead pipe. I take everything. Like I think you have some of the best individual turns and worst overall games. You play this guy and you execute his game plan. You have 1 or 2 turns, you hit for 10, you feel like a god, you get to cast a bunch of spells, and then the game goes 1 turn further and you're like, oh fuck, I can't kill this guy. I just stole his Galta, or I just stole their like even like a Phyrexian arena. Like whatever advantage, if you ever steal an engine, you are now contractually obligated to stop being mean to that person.
This is Sultai World Slayer.
Shut the fuck up.
That's indestructible.
Oh, sorry. Did you say it's Pyrogoyf? It's basically Pyrogoyf is what I'm hearing?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine if this didn't say combat damage, by the way, and you could like Thornbite staff like ping people.
Oh, yeah, we all have wet dreams. Listen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of underwhelming for Commander.
Yeah,
I think in 1v1 this is a lot of fun.
Oh, 1v1, that's goofy as fuck, yeah. I would love to.
The-
Brawl Cotus? Brawl Cotus is going to be...
Build your dual commander deck now.
Yeah, dual commanders back just off of this dipshit. But yeah, for 4-player, I think the politics of the theft problem end up kind of blue balling what this card should be. But Brawl, you probably have a great... Like, anybody who wants a Cotus commander deck, just build a Brawl deck, and you will experience all you wanted to experience without forcing yourself to lose the game.
All right.
Okay. Are we done? Are we done with second coitus?
Yeah.
Or are we? Solid 3 set. I swear to God, if YouTube doesn't put ad breaks in on any of these, because listen, guys, we're not gonna ad break in the VOD as often as we're ad breaking here, but we're putting all of these in to try to figure out the fucking YouTube AI on it. And I swear to God, if these don't get ad breaks, I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter. Anyway. Yeah. Main set eshki. This is like if we needed to convince invading aliens that Temur was a fair color combination, this is the card we would show them. 4/4. Yeah, 4/4 vigilance trample ward 1. At the beginning of combat, if you've cast a creature and a non-creature, draw a card, put 2 counters on eshki. I'm certain.
I want to get a giant red stamp that says like "Who cares" and just like put it on the slide.
Hold on.
You're playing this card because she's like hot, right? Because you like eshki.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, ooh, there's a cool dog in the picture. I like the art. That's why you're playing eshki. Like this doesn't. What's the appeal?
I mean, I have for this card specifically, I have literally no idea. Like for
Sealing Adventures.
Sealing Adventures.
So you go cast the adventure part of the creature, and then you cast the actual creature half.
Mm-hmm. That seems fine. It just seems like even in casual commander, this seems like such a weak effect, and in draft, this seems like impossible to use other than just for the stat line on it.
Yeah, no, this is a certified who cares after adventures.
Hold on,
Wow, I've never had so little to say about a card. Oh yeah, this is a thermonuclear like limited pick. If you draw 1 card off of eshki and limited, your opponents concede.
Really? I guess it does become a 6/6 too. Yeah, like in limited you trigger this once, job done. In commander, you cannot trigger it enough times. Also hopefully cynical, thank you for the follow and the prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I think anything that says like, hey, you need to take game actions from 2 separate piles for a milquetoast payoff is just setting up for failure. And in limited, she's just here because it's like, oop, stats and combat keywords. Oop. Oh, true. And you're doing the Teemier thing main phase 1. You don't even get to do Teemier trickery. You're doing Teemier main phase 1.
I do like the Vigilance and Trample. That's where we're at with this card. I'm like, oh, Vigilance and Trample is a good combination of keywords.
That's pretty nice. Like, I'm just trying to imagine this pack 1 pick 1 is going to ruin so many arena drafts for people. So many people are going to see this pack 1 pick 1 or pack 1 pick 2, and they are going to go fucking 1 and 3 because they attempt to build around this card. Instead of just going, fuck, it's a 4. It is a 4/4 with 3 keywords and no other text on the card.
Imagine if this was printed in like Alara. Or like rather
oh, fuck it. Imagine Tarkir. If this is printed in original Tarkir. Everyone loses their minds.
If this was printed in original Tarkir, it wouldn't have ward 1. It would probably be like a 3/3 for 4.
Original Tarkir, this would be a 2/5. Because everything in Tarkir just bounced off each other the whole set.
Yeah, so this feels like a card from back then printed now in terms of commander playability. But yeah, it's a limited card. I literally have nothing else to say. I'm not going to talk until we move on.
Thank you for that certified mango money moment. Next, we have Bayor, kin to all. So this is main set Bayor, who I am... Oh, hold on. I have to now start
who cares?
recopying. Well, not even who cares. I am fucking flabbergasted that this wasn't the Bayor in the precon. Like, I cannot for the life of me understand why the Bayor that we got in the precon was in the precon and this guy wasn't in the precon. Because this guy cares about fucking defenders and butts. It's end step, total toughness 10 or greater card. Total toughness 20 or greater, untap everything. Total toughness 40 or greater, everybody loses half their life. Like, I think it's boring, but this is the type of like, hey, we're giving butts decks a degree of inevitability that they need, that they desperately need. But it does feel like somebody cradle swapped this Bayor and the Bayor that they actually put in the commander precon.
So I'm going to say Innistrad Garden Party as the ceiling. So you have both of the trees in it. You have Tree Perdition and Tree of Redemption.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, I don't care. I'm going to swap my life total with the Tree of Redemption. Or I'm going to swap your life total with the Tree of Perdition. Well, I just have 40.
Oh, yeah.
On turn 5.
Oh, fuck. I do just have 40. Oh, my God.
Like, the trees curve into Bayor.
They really do. They really fucking do. That's kind of funny. I do like the mental image of, like, this guy's Big Show, which for those of you that didn't watch wrestling, Big Show was a big wrestler who one of his finishing moves was he just, like, sat on your face, which was kind of crazy for WWE. But, like, he just sits on your face and suffocates you. And this is what Bator's doing. Oh, do you have a Defenders deck, but you didn't think Craterhoof was cool enough to taint your precious little tree deck with? Fine. Bator will eventually win you the game.
What's fucked up is Bator untaps all your creatures on your end step. Mm-hmm. So you swap your life total with Tree of Redemption.
Get the trigger.
Yeah, and then you do it again.
Yeah, and then you just swap back like nothing fucking happened. Yeah, it's Abzan sit there, but it sits hard. How I'm trying to go out. Almighty Heron, please have a terrible day. Here's my tinfoil hat theory. They wanted this bayor in the precon, but there wasn't enough life gain, life loss stuff in the main set to trigger Ancestor's Voice. So they crib swapped them because, hey, there's some big butts in the draft picks. Let's swap them. Oh, to like allow you to try to draft around Abzan butts.
Well, okay, bayor's already bringing 7 to the party, right?
Right.
So like you just needed like a 2-3.
Yeah, you curve
That's not
out.
hard.
You curve out some of the defenders, and then you drop bayor. Sure. I was thinking it was the other way around because pre-con bayor would be crazy in standard. That may also be part of it. What would make standard right now is like turn 4 omniscience combo. What is making bayor or other bayor crazy in standard right now?
There are turns in standard that would make fucking necropotence blush. Beans is legal.
Yeah, like all I know about standard is it's like turn 1 you might die to a fucking mouse. If you live through the fucking mouse, you have 2 turns to stick Shieldred before the Azorius combo player attempts to win with an omniscience line. Like had that. You know where I believe bayor is a problem in standard? In the arena gold ladder. That's where I think precon bayor is like fucking up standard. Is down there like nobody this is the wall of arena silver. Dark, yes, omniscience is 10 mana, but there is a graveyard combo in standard right now that will like you get it I believe into the grave and you can make a token copy of it for very cheap, and then you have token copy of omniscience, which is notably fucking omniscience.
I've never seen anyone play omniscience.
Yeah, you don't play it. You turn 4 graveyard combo it. It's fragile enough that you can interrupt it, but it is like the heads and tails of bad experience in best of 1 standard is heads, a mouse tries to kill you turn 1, tails, an omniscience combo kills you turn 4. It's
Hard
so
cast
cool.
omniscience is plan D. It's not even in the plans.
Yeah.
I've never ever seen 10 lands go sideways and then an omniscience go on the stack.
No, like if your deck can somehow stop the omniscience combo but can't kill them before they get a 10th land drop, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you gotta stay in school. Or go back.
I mean, like, I'm like, does this have lukewarm motion? The motion is not combat step.
So here's the motion, right? That's the motion. Right to die. Like I think all this is doing is giving the like Abzan stalemate players an out. Which is like, yeah, hey, sometimes we need that. Sometimes we need to just like let us out of the game, which is kind of in the same flavor that like Eshki is in. I think a lot of the commanders in this set seem dedicated to what is this archetype where it's very, very common for them to get into like gridlock in turn 6 to 10, and how do we break gridlock?
Yeah, it's just another one of these cards that will just kill your opponents if enough time has passed.
Yeah, just sit back, wait. It'll happen. It'll happen for you. I believe in you. I believe in you, bestie.
Yeah, I'm happy that Commander games are no longer ending via old age.
Yeah, it's the motion is we get out of precon jail. It's not cool, it's not flashy, but you are not in precon jail of it's turn 12. All of us keep like upending the table every turn without being able to win because none of us can win at instant speed, and now we all have so many lands to turn sideways that we can get interaction. And I think that's good. Like, I think it is good for game health. It's like it's watering the plants, moving the chains, insert verbs about inevitability. Thumbs up. Variance, big old negatory. You are just massive asses. Sorry. That's the variance.
Exactly.
However you most want to support your Tree of Perdition combo with the heaviest air quotes in the world, that is the variance of the commander. Are we ready to move on?
Yes, I am.
And Depend, thank you for that Prime sub. I appreciate those Bezos bucks, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Next we have... So now we're moving out of just the clan leaders. There are 5 cards that are legendary creatures. First of which is Tygam, Master Opportunist. Flurry, second spell each turn, gets Suspend 4 time counters.
So there's nothing cool about this card other than like, there's like 2 things you can do with this card from what I understand. The first one is, there's like 3 things. Okay. So there's extra turns, in parentheses, boring.
Right.
Because extra turns has synergy with Suspend, because, hey, look, your upkeep, you remove a Suspend counter from it. Uh-oh. Like, you know, the extra turns synergize with both the copying and the Suspend. Secondly, you have Overlords, which technically get cheated off this because of a weird ruling clause. So if you go spell Overlord, you will get the not suspended Overlord in play. In Commander, that's basically nothing, because you only have the blue one, and the blue one's kind of middling. Third thing about Tygam, this is the only cool thing about Tygam, in my opinion, is spell copying matters. So you actually keep the copy. That isn't what gets suspended. The original spell gets suspended. So if you have Twinning Staff, or you have Errant Street Artist, you go spell, second spell, the copy, you use the copy to copy with Errant, or you get just a free copy with the Twins Casting Staff.
Okay.
That's the only cool thing.
And that all screams to me what I had already written, which was basically like, this guy is a chronic lieutenant. I can't imagine what interaction you're looking for where you want to be running him as the commander, but there's like a ton of other copy adjacent stuff. Or if you want to do any of the shenanigans with him, you probably want way more colors than just mono blue.
Yeah, this is a really good muddle the mixture target.
Oh, I hate that you said that, but you are totally correct. Yeah, this just seems like I have a Jeskai list, but I will be tutoring for this motherfucker at some point, and there is an impossible dream that I am dreaming where this guy resolves with Twinning Staff and a fairy blowjob, and the table explodes.
Yeah, I mean, you do have Tribute Mage, right? So it's not like insane to like think that you're gonna get a Twinning Staff every game, and you can copy it, right? Ooh, like we're doing some funny stuff, but honestly, just put O'Hare Pack Patique in the command zone. If you want to do like, ooh, I get 2 spells every time, just give them Rebound for 4 mana, and then it's like it dodges commander attacks because it turns into a land.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna put the Twinning Staff in the bag in the variance. Because
go ahead.
I think that's what you do every time. Motion is just like, I don't know.
Yeah, like Motion's like O'Hare Pat Patique wore it better.
I just feel like you're doing the I'm a little teapot dance, and that's the extent of your motion.
Look at this one rules interaction I know, guys. Anyway, you can kill me. Check out this live Attack on Cardboard video. Anyway, shoot me. Exactly how that's gonna go.
Okay. Are we good to move on from
Oh
Mr.
yeah, in a
Tiger?
heartbeat.
Okay. I am now back up against my ad break again. Are you ready to hit our next?
Yeah.
All right. Non-subs, manual ad break. I'm going to use the bathroom again, and then we will polish off these commanders and hit you with the 5 coolest and least coolest cards of the set. I'll see you all soon.
Enjoy the ads, everyone.
My people don't enjoy the fucking ads.
Oh my gosh.
That's right.
I'm not going anywhere. My bladder's huge, unlike Mauled, so feel free to talk to me. Sorry, I don't know if you've been hearing my lip smacking or if it sounds like my mouth's full. I've literally just been like chain eating candy this entire time. I think I ate an entire bag of now and laters. I need to move this away from my desk. Okay, the dollar store down the street, I walked to it. They're closing. So I bought like $40 worth of candy for $10. And now I have like about a few thousand calories of candy just sitting on my desk. And I just like eat it. I just can't stop. Like I need to like put it on top of the refrigerator or something. Elk, can I please make you in Spore? I see you spamming this message, and I hope my silence speaks volumes. Make it difficult, no candy. I like candy though. Candy makes me smile. I have a bunch of now and laters and rips. That was what was left in stock. There's like no like good candy like airheads or anything, but now and laters is like a good B tier candy in my opinion. It's kind of like worse Starburst, and then rips is just like a downgrade from the airheads like strips. Now and laters aren't that bad. The only bad flavor is the banana one. What's your opinion on Brago? It's kind of boring, overplayed. I think there's cooler ways to flicker stuff. Candy ranking stream when I start getting fucking Germa viewership, that's when. I'm a 55 viewer Andy, man. I can't be doing variety. Do you like Drownu as a Demir funny deck? Drownu's funny. Elk, what do you think about Fortune Lord? Steve, take one guess. I got caught up watching I Love Gut True Souls, Ellen. I love Gut too. Thought on Kindred decks? I have a couple. It really takes a lot for a Kindred deck to be interesting to me. I have a Sea Monsters deck, and I also have a Devils deck. What's the best commander to cast Prisoner's Dilemma as many times as possible? Honestly, probably just like rock O'Hare Tack and or not O'Hare Tack, sorry, O'Hare Ashenil, and just proceed to run Sulthim and do Mono Red Storm. That's my recommendation for Prisoner's Dilemma. So Elk, since you love the cards in Legacy Stompy so much, when are you gonna play it? I don't actually like Mono Red Stompy. What are your top 5 overall picks? I'm not sure. Oh, Elk, you're referring to the stream. I see. Yeah, no, we're just talking about good cards that we like and bad cards that we hate. Mono Blue Stompy. It's not impossible, especially with... You could probably do a good Stifle Knot sort of deck in Legacy with Mono Blue. I cannot fucking wait to talk about that card, Doug. Do not steal my thunder. Me and Snail were geeking out about that card.
Oh.
Hi, Mom.
Okay, we're back.
Elk, thoughts on Sadistic Hypnotist? It's aight. I like Sadistic Hypnotist with Forsaken Miner, because the Hypnotist commits a crime. It's 1 black mana for him to Torok. So you go pow, 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 and he just like it's him to Torok fireball.
Okay, now that we're back, Michael Marsh, Goat, how gassed up is Zamon and Dina by Tarkir Dragonstorm? Any hot new tech? Zero. Your Zamon and Dina deck is probably getting replaced by Taval.
Yeah, Taval is
rest in
infinitely
peace.
better.
But hey, Taval's here now. Okay, so now we have Sadisi, Regent of the Mire. 2 mana, 1/3.
Sure.
But you can sacrifice a creature to reanimate something with exactly X+1 from your graveyard to the field. Activate only as a sorcery. I think this is like recipe to trick reanimation players into tripping over their own dick. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I don't like Unbirthing Pod.
Which we have now copyrighted, by the way.
So Sadisi, I was so excited for a moment because I thought you could like evoke Shriekmaw and reanimate like Troll of Khazad-dûm, right? But you can't. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, the evoke is on the stack. You're fucked. You can't evoke a Grief and then get a 5-drop back. So that makes me upset because I think it wouldn't even be that good. I wish this just said activate only during your turn. That being said, I think this is an insane card in the 99 of a like Abzan sort of deck, where you're like sacrifice a token, bring back my Spore Frog, right? The Spore Frog.
No, it's always fucking Spore Frog.
But like you just bring back any 1-drop with this in a tokens deck. There's not a lot of good black 1-drops, but like Mother of Runes in a Orzhov deck.
Yeah, so another just like clinical piece of the 99. If I see this in your command zone, I know you're wrong. But if you put it in the 99, then there's a lot of maybe that one bayor deck we talked about where basically everything is like 1 through 3. You know, if you had some really tight ladders to work with, then this probably gets good. I'm imagining so many people trying to count from like 1 to 9, but just slower than if they cast Cultivate.
Yeah, what I look at when I see Sadisi, it's like, wow, this is Birthing Pod that isn't card advantage. Because Birthing Pod, you can just retrieve it from your deck. You need to mill first. This is Birthing Pod with setup. Whereas Birthing Pod is just a combo.
Right. Birthing Pod, but worse. And I unfortunately, like, there's a lot of other things in this set that are like, oh, it's like this other thing, but worse. And I've typically come in arguing, oh, but that's good because we needed those play patterns in lower power. I'm not coming in with that here.
This is like motion flopping thing.
Hold on. Motion? I got it. That's the motion. Yeah. It's a magic harp. Like,
ooh, I've stacked my 5-drop for a 6-drop. Like, okay.
I could have achieved this by hitting a land drop, but look at me. Game actions.
Yeah, it's tough because it's just like I don't think many Sadisi decks will have variance either. It just feels like variance is like good curve of black creatures.
I feel like that's the variance, is you just don't fucking... Which, again, I don't think they're really intending these to necessarily be commanders. I think they put legendary on there maybe for flavor reasons and to give you the possibility. But it's the 3-color cards are the ones you're supposed to be making your commanders. These 100% are lieutenants, and this, much like Tygam, should be in the 99 of something that's 2 or 3 colors, and then maybe you could get some trickery going on here. But if you do a mono black Sadisi deck, you're a maniac.
I like this with like oops all 1-drops. Like I said, I really like the play pattern of sack a token, get a 1-drop back. That's fun. I think the ceiling of this card is like in a deck where you can actually run what's the X spell? ID equals Orzhov. X. So yeah, it's Immortal Servitude. X Orzhov for a sorcery. Return each creature card with converted mana cost X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Not X or less, by the way. So this is an Ascend from Avernus. If your deck wants Immortal Servitude for 1, Sadisi is good in that deck because you can sack tokens and loop 1-drops. That's where Sadisi's like kind of cool, but like that's like the extent of what makes her cool, which is really sad.
Endless shitheads, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna keep blowing past these idiots into Balden Century Herdsmaster.
I haven't even seen this one.
It's a 0/7 that gives the combat damage equal to toughness stat line, but only during your turn.
This is a reprint.
Oh, it's a reprint. Fuck this guy.
This used to be a Street Fighter card.
Oh, okay. Perfect. In that case, hit him with the who cares. Moving on. Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage. 2/2 flash first strike. Whenever non-token creatures die, endure 2. So we either get to Voltron this dipshit, or we get to make tokens. This seems like this should be one of the other. Nope, not who cares. You should have Sadisi and Anafenza in like the same decks together, in the same Orzhov or Abzan shells or something.
Anafenza is really good with aristocrats.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anything, goddamn fucking anything that says, hey, on non-token death, get token creature is... It just works, right? It doesn't necessarily work in a crazy way or in a cool way. But, like, yeah, it turns out creatures dying, no they didn't, kind of useful.
This feels like so good. This is board wipe protection, right?
Yeah.
I think the variance is hope it's not farewell. Yeah, like...
And then, I mean, the motion is just like... Punch clock. Punch clock hand action. You're not doing anything cool, you're not doing anything special, but this is solid value generator to go with my 18 other solid value generators. So yes, Anafenza will trigger to things like Wrath of God, Elikman.
Yes.
If everything dies at the same time, everything sees all the other stuff die. So even though Anafenza's dead, yeah, she will see all your other creatures die, and it will make it so that you're not hemming and hawing about how you endure because Anafenza's dead. So you won't be putting counters on her, hopefully. You'll just be like dropping a bunch of tutus.
2/2 spirit, 2/2 spirit, 2/2 spirit, and then your opponent plays Elishnorn.
God, if only. Okay. Are we good? Are we good to move on from here?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
All right. Last but not least, main set Shico, which is 5 mana, 4/5 flying vigilance on ETB. Exile a non-land card with 3 or less. Copy it. Cast a copy. Say something about Philia.
Yeah.
I give you
say the line.
The guild authorizes you to talk about Philia.
Very good with Philia. Like it's honestly like Phelia's not even the most broken thing you can do with this. There's Ghostly Flicker and Displace, both of which say exile 2 creatures and return them to the battlefield. So if you have Fear of Burning Alive or something that punches all of your opponents, or has like a broken ETB, you go like, okay, Shico, Displace, Ghostly Flicker, and then you get an actual third card. So you get like 2 ETBs from that, which is cool. Yeah, no, Soul Herder is 3 mana value or less. Philia is 3 mana value or less, and then it turns this into an engine, kind of like into a Sun Titan. The ceiling is you just have Sun Titan in the command zone that also can get instants and sorceries.
Yeah. Which command zone Sun Titan is pretty goddamn fucking good. I don't know. I mean, I presume there's going to be like some sort of, maybe the CEDH players will get their hooks into this one because notably Thoracle costs less than 3 mana, but I doubt it. Like, I don't think Jeskai is doing anything in CEDH that you wouldn't just add black into the mix for.
Motion Zoops all flickers.
Well, I mean, the motion is fucking, what is it, like revolving hotel door. If we're doing oops all flickers, that's what the motion is. I'm out, I'm in and I'm out, I'm in and I'm out, I'm in and I'm out. Like maybe there will be things that are cooler than others because you can do anything that's non-land. So you can do enchantments, you can do artifacts, you can do creatures, you can do instants, you can do sorceries. But I do feel like most of it is something, draw, discard, something, self-mill, something, ETB flicker.
Yeah, and because of that, I'm going to hit the variance with the this section has been exiled. It will return at the next end step.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. I like Shico's just good. Like, you get your stuff again. Flickering's great. Yay. Woohoo.
Yeah, it's quite good. Maybe somebody will come up with like a spicy individual brew. The commander does not scream like holy shit, do this one thing.
Yeah,
other than like the payoffs, I think. The payoffs are open. The method by which you get the payoffs is like, guess what, dumbass? You are putting Eerie Interlude into your deck. You look so cute, baby. No, Troper.
Yeah. Sun Titan and Snapcaster Mage had like a impreg baby.
Yep. True facts with Elk. So I do want to thank chat for pointing out that I missed main set Felithar. A bunch of people were fucking liars and said that I missed main set Zergo, which we did just click past him. Maybe if we could all be adults and use our eyeballs and not, just blatantly lie about stuff that I had missed. We will have to go back for main set Felithar. But main set Zergo. 2/4 mobilize 2. During your end step, warrior tokens you control have. This token can't be sacrificed. And I just want to say, holy shit, how narrow they had to make that to save this card from being combo food.
Yeah, ceilings master multiplied, right?
Yeah, ceilings master multiplied if you jump through 18,000 hoops. And to reply to people in chat going like, oh, what about Sarkhan? Oh, what about this mono red? When I was looking at the list of commanders, if I thought they just raw sucked, like if I hit them with my own who cares stamp when I saw them in Scryfall, they did not make the PowerPoint. So like Sarkhan did not make the PowerPoint for obvious fucking reasons.
Sarkhan make a treasure. Come on.
Sarkhan
you do not want us to talk about that card.
Yeah, Sarkhan D's nuts. There you go. Same goes for like I think the mono red commander, and there's another like mono blue commander or something.
Mono red one's kind of okay, but it's like it's
This card has a literal muzzle on it to keep it from biting every token strategy I've ever wanted. Yeah, it's got its 18 different muzzles taped together to prevent it from working with like Myriad, to prevent it from working with Feldon, to prevent it from working with like anything. I swear to God, the number of people. I'm just gonna do this as a PSA. Variance PSA. Stop. Do not. If you are watching this stream, if you watch this cut together, do not put fucking Maskwood Nexus in this to try to make it work with whatever dipshit Feldon thing you were doing. Please. For me, as a personal favor.
I think Zergo isn't even like... Yeah, no, the ceiling should be very similar to Master Multiplied. Mm-hmm. If you want some serious motion on this card, I don't know if you're familiar with the card Mindblade Render. But that card gets hilarious in multiples. Whenever your opponents are dealt damage, if any of that damage is dealt by a warrior, you draw a card and lose a life. And if you have multiples of this, they all trigger.
Yeah, that's that's quite a lot. But yeah, there's I mean
Yeah,
there's
it's pretty
even
decent.
like um does Delina even do nope, this is end of combat. Yeah, they really were like, we're gonna put this tasty piece of bait out and we're not gonna let mono red fuck at all. We are not we are this is a mobilize text line. We have printed
Do
this
you,
for mobilize and mobilize accessories.
do you ever play this as like Mardu Adeline?
I don't know. I feel like this just becomes 99 of other Zergo decks. Like, I don't know why you would, unless you were doing oops all mobilize, which kind of works because there are some totally fucking
Yeah,
crank.
Divine Visitation. Oh my god. Make 4/4 flying vigilant angels that you just keep
Oh,
forever.
that don't go away. Yeah, that would be, that would be kind of
That's
nice,
why Adeline's
unfortunately.
insane.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, this is like also just another skull clamp kind of deck. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like Ceiling's Master multiplied. Like make a ton of token copies of Zergo, have fun.
And then motion. That's what I think of it. I think it's like, well, I mean, Elikman, the thing is, Blade of Selves doesn't even, because it's end step only. The big muzzle they put on this was a bunch of the cards that every Zergo player thinks is gonna be, or every prospective Zergo player thinks they're gonna do with this, gets you in the combat step. It gets you in the goddamn oh, you can't even Divine Visitation because they're not warriors anymore.
No, I'm just saying because like mobilize 2 on a commander is just good.
Oh yeah. Okay. But
That's
yeah,
what I'm
like
saying.
if you Divine Visitation, then you don't keep them.
You do keep them. This token can't be sacrificed. I think just gets overridden. I might be wrong though.
It's warrior tokens though.
It's a replacement effect, I think. Because like I think you just get the 4/4 forever, even if it has like ooh sacrifice it on your end step.
Oh, replacement effects ignore like delayed triggers.
I think so. I might not be correct if people are questioning it.
Do replacement effects ignore delayed sack triggers? Fuck out of here, AI. Damn. Well, I'm gonna give that an official. Who cares? We will figure out we'll figure it out another time on a commander who matters more. We do have to cover main set Felithar really quick, and then it will be time for best 5, worst 5, everyone's favorite Mauled Elk minigame. Okay, Felithar, Dawn of the Abzan. 3/3 trample, ETB or attack. Elk, say the line.
Oh my god, you can flicker it with Felia.
Thank you. You may sacrifice an on-land permanent. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Seems quite fair. I like this as someone who hates the general strategy it's supporting.
So the Anafenza the Foremost has existed. Anafenza says whenever she attacks, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on another attacking creature. This is I don't say strictly better often, but if you're doing abs encounters with Anafenza, it's time to move on. It's welcome to reality. Felothar is incredibly good for any of these strategies that wants to jam all of the +1/+1 counter cards that trigger whenever a counter gets put on them.
Mm-hmm.
So you have Evolution Witness. This is going to be the best card in the deck. Evolution Witness. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on this creature, return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. You return the permanent you sacrificed.
Yeah.
To the Felothar attack trigger.
That's real.
I mean,
that's
like,
real. Okay. What's leading me honestly to respect this card the most, or at least put up with this card the most, is a conversation I had on a recent deck roast where I was asking somebody about their card selections, and they were like, "Oh, I really, really wanted this deck to channel the feeling of the Kami War," which objectively ridiculous thing that we were able to execute for them and get to like a workable and fun place for them. And this does feel the most Abzan. Like, it feels like this is the best dopamine playpen, but you will eventually get the job done. Because either you're flickering Anafenza or you're just kind of swinging out over and over, and you have some type of like value loop going on with a bunch of little shitheads or like treasure tokens or food tokens or something. The ceiling's not very high. Because you're
ceiling's pretty good. This is a +1/+1 counter theme deck. It's so hard to have a low ceiling there. Have you seen the card Sigarda's Summons? That card fucks.
Well,
and it's like 40 cents.
Do you think this can break into bracket 4, or do you think it stops in 3?
If you build it Hate Bears, I think you can have a very low bracket 4 deck. I think you're not hopeless.
Okay. See, I was under the impression that it stops at 3. And so I will... As the resident Hate Bear expert, I will acquiesce to your expertise.
That is almost purely off Evolution Witness and like the fact that you can like loop little shitters with it. There's something there. I don't think you're never touching CDH, and in fact, you're barely in bracket. You're barely in bracket 4. You're like, have you seen that like picture with the kid drowning in the kiddie pool?
Mm-hmm.
Like someone's playing with like all the good decks over here. You are fucking treading water with this in bracket 4, but you can compete if your deck's good enough. I'm thinking like Esper Sentinel. Oh yeah, Esper Sentinel counters on it. Like that's just good. +1/+1 counters is just good.
I do think if you harkening back to a conversation I had with Comedian, I think if you try to play this in bracket 4, all that ends up happening is you toss the win to one particular player. I think even if you do Hate Bears... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I think even if you do Hate Bears and you do stacks, I don't think you're going to be able to smother 3, but I think you do a really good job of like shutting down 1 or 2 people, and then that lonely 4th person who just happens to have the deck that you didn't perfectly silver bullet is just like, oh my god, what a Pog champion deck. Anyway, Tivit.
Yeah, I think she fits firmly in the bracket 4 pity wins category, where like no one's kicking the shit out of you because you look weak, and then that's where you like slam the Sigarda Summons, and then all of your shit turns into 4/4s, all your Hate Bears, and you turn them sideways and kill everyone. Surprise! Oh my god, the board we didn't touch actually turned into lethal. I've seen that happen, even at high bracket.
What I'm most worried about is like, how difficult do you think it is to keep these sack chains going after like 2 turns? Because if you have Evo Witness, no fucking problem, right? But
I want you to think of a white card, a black card, and a green card, and like you get all of those. So like, you can sack dorks to this thing that become worthless. You got reassembling skeletons up the ass. You got like, there's creatures like Scurry Oak that say whenever you put a counter on this thing, shit out something.
Oh god, I forgot about the I forgot about the Scurry Oaks of the world because I play cool decks. That's my fault.
Yeah, so I mean, white, black, and green not only shit tokens onto the board like no tomorrow, Jadar, Ghoul Caller of Nephalia, etc.,
Mm-hmm.
Ophiomancer,
Mm-hmm.
fucking Scurry Oak, but they also, these are the three colors of magic that are Grave Hand.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see what else is in my hand, leafing through your graveyard. Sorry, guys, are we playing with graveyard order cards? Most commonly asked by these three colors.
Nobody, no, nobody's Bojuka bogging, right? We're not playing stacks. Okay, I
Yeah.
get that, and I think like I don't think it has the type of motion that I often like, but I do think if you were going to try to build a like theme and or RP deck around this, this actually gives you a pretty fair shake of it, which I think
This
is
might be one
cool.
of the best, like most elegant +1/+1 counter commanders I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, least offensive. It is least hated +1/+1 counter commander deck I've seen so far.
Oh, hang on, hang on. You get access to Hamza in these colors.
Oh.
I think that's the bracket for like entry point is you just Hamza Eldrazi into play. Hamza Guardian of Arashin,
Oh
which is on theme by
yeah.
the way.
Shut up. Shut up, it's
It,
on theme. It has same
it,
word as word on commander.
no. The art's from Tarkir. This
I don't
elephant's from
know.
the
I
Abzan
don't
clan.
I don't see an elephant in the background of Felathar's art, so I deny
This
you.
is this, this is her boyfriend.
Shut your mouth. I hate that this is on theme. Fuck this guy. What's up, Reese? Thank you for coming by the stream, my friend. Okay, so then variants. Do you think that I don't
There's a
really
ton.
really?
I think you can go big boys. I think you can go wide. I think you can go sack. You can go looping, hate bears. There's a lot of play. It all is based around +1/+1 counters, but you can do a lot with that theme.
I don't really think you go. I think going big boys Hamza is a straight up trap unless you have every tutor in the game just for Hamza.
I don't know, because there's a lot of cards that also turn creatures with counters, like Rishkar, Pima
Oh yeah,
Renegade,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Jiang Yangu. It turns them all into dorks.
That's true. So counters into dorks if I want to feel like I'm a cool cultivate caster. Okay. And then
Yeah,
or
there's
you could
cards
go
that tap for
wide.
each. There's cards that tap for each counter on them, like Evolution Sage and the Heron Blade Elite. So
I'll give it that. It has a variety of play patterns. I despise every last one of them.
I
Uh,
like creatures.
I
This is the
like
best creatures
I
deck.
like creatures. I like creatures and I'm in colors that can do some land stuff, so hell yeah.
This card is good with Magic the Gathering cards.
All right. We're going to go into best 5, worst 5 now. Let's start with worst 5. Let's end the stream on a high note. So, we're going to start with the clangers. These are the cards that we think suck either just because they're incentivizing bad things, they're really hard to make work, they are traps, etc., etc., etc. Elk, would you like to go first or would you like me to?
I'll go first.
All right, and I do believe you can copy paste from Discord into here. Those image files should be fine.
Hang on. Ooh. I'm trying. I need to scroll up. Aha.
Oh,
All right, here it comes. Here it comes.
hold on, Katozumi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome back to Dog Heaven, my friend. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you need to do it for me. Save me.
Which one are you? Tell me the color of the one you want to do first.
What color?
Gotcha. Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I do not like deck in a box cards. Or I think like deck in a
Ugan, I I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Um, Jesus. Wow. You know what I mean?
I I do fucking unfortunately know what you mean. Like I think it's just like it's both so bullshit and just so instantly fades into the background of I am never going to play a casual game against a colorless player in my life.
I I legitimately think Ugin will be remembered as a design mistake.
Which part?
This card,
Or is it the confluence?
motherfuck, which part? I think any card where you could easily say, "Wow, if this card didn't have this line of text on it, I would still play it," is a design mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So that first line of text, when you cast this spell, exile one or more, a permanent that's one or more colors, strike that off. Still playable, even in modern, which is absurd.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, they're trying to make Tron good again. I think this card is going to get Kozilek's command banned in modern.
Not itself, notably, but it's gonna get Kazi's command taken out back.
Yeah, Ugin will not be banned. Kozilek's command's gonna get banned, almost guaranteed. Maybe even Ugin's Labyrinth, because this can get exiled under fucking Ugin's Labyrinth. What are you doing? Why doesn't it cost 8?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what I also don't like is deck in a box, and the deck in a box that you get is empty board state. Nothing happens until I touch myself for 5 years.
Why is the +0 dark ritual?
Right. Right.
I'm sorry, I dropped my cup in rage.
The cup's blood red for real now.
I'm killing the colorless player first.
Oh yeah, every time. I mean, I just like this is the type of thing where this cards like this more than green decks are the ones that inform my opinion that casting ramp spells counts as doing the thing, and you don't get to say I haven't even done anything yet if all you've done is ramp. Because I know you are winding up a fucking Wile E. Coyote cartoon fist with something like Ugin. And so I'm like, oh, you cast Thrawn Dynamo? You have to die.
Oh, wait, you can like +0, add 3 colorless, Painter Servant name red. Now every permanent has 1 or more colors, including lands. So like if you run like Painter Servant, you can go like pew 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 pew, exile all your lands. Yay! That's fun.
Ugh.
I love that colorless's thing is just like blatant racism. Like we have all his dust already. Now we have Ugin. It just like if you are playing colors, colorless nukes you from orbit. That's the color identity of colorless.
Yeah, what if I just tried to put my arm on the table and swept off to the right? I do think so. Chat's saying the Painter Servant thing is going to non-bow you because then your spells won't be. So it's not painted. Like I do think they protected the lands this time. They did protect. Okay, they did protect the lands. Painter Servant is actually defensive tech against this, but I think honestly, protecting the lands doesn't help the stinky caca play pattern that we're talking about, because it's just still okay. I play Ugin, and one of two things is going to happen now. Either I'm playing artifacts, at which point I wipe all the boards and don't win, or I'm playing Eldrazi, in which case I now have removal stapled to like everything I do, and I just make the game last until people run out of board wipes.
I think Ugan's the main reason why I don't feel guilty putting Gaddock in my decks.
God. Unfortunately real. Unfortunately true of you. But yeah, like, hey, do you not have removal? You have removal. Do you not have cards? You have a card now. Do you not have mana? Here's 3 mana. And then
Hang on.
the alt is big diarrhea bullshit, whatever. Most big alts are big diarrhea bullshit.
If you took off the ult and you took off the first line of text of this card, and it was just +2/+0, whenever you cast a colorless spell, exile one or like a permanent that's one or more colors, this would still be like really insanely good.
Yeah.
And I think if you printed this card into any color, if you made Ugin like 3 white Elspeth, and it's like, ooh, make 3 treasure tokens as a plus, and then whenever you cast a white spell, exile something, it would be egregious. It would be an egregious designed card, and everyone would fucking hate it. But the fact that this card is colorless and so narrow that it only works with colorless cards, only the colorless player gets this, and there's so many cards like that. Glaring Fleshraker is a glaringly fucking good card.
Good pun.
So, like, it's like colorless players get like 50 copies of Grey Merchant of Asphodel, it feels like. Where it's like, oh, this just goes in every colorless deck. That's what colorless decks are.
I just think colorless decks as a whole only exist in bracket 4 prison, which is why they continue to get cards like this. Like, I've never seen before the WotC bracket system was around, like, if we could time travel and be like anthropologists and catalog every like Eldrazi and colorless artifact deck that's ever existed, I think all of them have just been 4s forever. And so this is just another fucking rock on the pile of like, well, every Eldrazi deck and every colorless artifact deck was already going straight to prison, so why stop the felonies now?
Yeah, I honestly, that's what I said was really what I feel like colorless decks feel like. It's like if mono black got like 8 or 12 copies of Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Yeah. So speaking of other design mistakes, Planeswalkers as a whole. So this I dislike for very different reasons as Ugin. Like, Ugin, obviously, glaringly strong dog shit that's going to be awful. For Elspeth Stormslayer, I think this is one of the most kickable babies in the set. And when I refer to kickable babies, what I mean is card that realistically has to be dealt with, but so many people are going to try to argue that it's just like cutely, like, card that most has to be dealt with while not being worth your counterspell. And I hate those cards, because if we look at other like big bullshit guys, who's that like 8 mana Golgari dragon that all the self mill players are gonna bust about for 10 years, where if you mill something you get to put it to field? Like, that is going to end the game for you, and is obviously like, deal with this or shoot me. This is the most fucking like little bean fake ass card I've ever seen, where every Elspeth player is going to play this, and you're all going to have to go like, okay, well, somebody has to remove that with flying, because they're going to play it and either kill a threatening creature or play it and get 2 chump blockers, and like,
or play it and they already have a board and they give everything flying, so flying doesn't even work.
Right, like, it's
flying until your next turn.
It's just so much it's like, it's win more, but they're trying so hard to make win more work. And I fucking...
If Ugin was why I never feel guilty about playing Gaddock, Elspeth is why I never feel guilty about playing Elish Norn. Like...
yeah, and like,
massacred Worm this player.
And so Zaris, I feel like this Planeswalker is terrible. It's like playing Doubling Season, but whole table can swing at it. That's why I'm calling it a kickable baby. It's not broken, right? It's not this insane, I slam this on the table, I win, fuck you. It's this thing that, like, you play it on the table, it's highly interactable, but the right move every time is kick it in the chest as hard as you can.
Okay, so people already know, hopefully, that the best thing you can do with Anointed Procession is like you have Adeline in play already. You already have the Gut True Soul Zealot in play, ready to make a token. You play the Anointed Procession, you get your value right away. Right, you move to combat, you swing, you make all your fucking tokens. It's never good to just tap out for Anointed Procession, pass, making no tokens. Like that's a joke.
Yeah, like I just hate the. I can already imagine the politics, the political situations this card is going to create, where people tap out for it, and I'm like, oh, we have to kill that. We're not going to lose, but this would be an objectively ridiculous thing for us to let you keep around.
Yeah.
And they're going to be like, but you can deal with it later. You can deal with it later. And then next turn, so you have to do things that a lot of people will commonly think of as mean to answer this card, but they're 100% deserved. And I fucking hate cards like that.
Putting Elspeth in your deck is like you have a dialogue tree with only one option, and it's why me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ugh.
I mean, I like the design well enough. It's just like I know the kind of player you're talking about, and the people who are going to use this, and I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay, so who do you want up next from your clangers list?
Yeah, I have. Let's take a peek.
Or have you mastered the art of copying and pasting yourself?
The triple black.
Triple black, you got it.
So I'm gonna look like the enemy of fun. It does not look good for elk. this hitting the clangers.
The elkagations are growing loud.
Elk, no! What about my mono black death trigger deck? Oh no, elk, what about my mono black indestructible deck? It's so cool there. It's so cool. Look at all these cool synergies. It's just a Sararak. This card is just a Sararak. It's just a Sararak. There's no one else. No one is putting this card in their deck except for Sararak players. This is triple black. A Sararak costs 2 less to cast. That's all this is ever going to be used for.
And is that a dipshit combo?
So a Sararak,
I'm trying
if you have anything that can tap for a black, so Relic of Legends is infamous for this, but you can do Kurik's Son of Yawgmoth, or you can do all sorts of other things like Carnival of Souls. Whenever a creature enters, you lose 1 life and make a black mana, right? You have Defiler of Faith. There's a ton of things that reduce the actual black pip of a Sararak.
Yeah.
And then you just need to reduce it by 2. So Heartless Summoning already exists. This is the second copy of Heartless Summoning in your deck. And you just go into the Lost Mine of Phandelver every time, and you go through the Dark Pool. Each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. So long as your opponent's life totals are less than the amount of cards in your deck, it is infinite life loss for your opponents. So, a Sararak's already a notorious bracket 4 muncher, where it's not CEDH playable.
Right.
You're a hero if you bring this to CEDH, but it is a bracket 4, high bracket 3 style combo deck.
Right.
Where if you get coughed on, you fucking twist your ankle and die. But it's also incredibly fast. Too fast, I think, for most bracket 3 tables.
Okay, so it is in the hazmat zone, and Sibsig Ceremony. Because, yeah, I looked at this, and I've never tried to build a deck in my life that could use this. So your argument is this is so narrow as to who asked for this, and the answer is Jeremy, the Sararak player.
I think there's an Sararak player at Wizards of the Coast, and they put this in the file,
right?
And it got through.
Snuck this one in. I can agree with that.
Phyrexian Altar also works with the Sibsig Ceremony, because you still get the zombie, even when a Sararak bounces back. You don't have to destroy the creature that enters to get the zombie. So you can just sack it to Phyrexian Altar as well.
Gross. Yeah, that sucks. I will hold out as a way to as something cute, but I think for the most part, unless you're doing this in Golgari to do Guiltleaf Archdruids, since these are druids, most death benefits are not good enough to overcome not getting the creature, particularly as you get later in the game. Like in basically every archetype. I think somebody said, like Backstrong, you mentioned Henzi. Like Henzi, hey, I'm going to sound crazy when I say this. I want the attack trigger from Archon of Cruelty. Like there are some enters and
Henzi wants to crash
leaves.
out.
If you have one that is like on ETB and death that is crazy, then we can talk. But I think for the most, there's very few cards where the death benefit is so good that it overcomes not getting whatever the expensive creature is. But now they do exist, but that just means crazy narrow, not
the one funny thing about this card is modular. So like there's exactly Hanger Back Walker kinda that's like really good because you get the first counter for free, and then you get a Thopter and a zombie when it dies. It's like,
and then you're cooking.
It's kind of cute, I guess.
Yeah, then you got a stew going.
I know, but like modular is just an issue though because you do need at least one artifact creature to stick, and none of them are sticking. They are immediately getting like ripped in half.
Yeah.
That Sipsig's just so narrow. And like if you start a sentence with but wait, with Eldrazi Monument, like we're not playing Magic.
We're not being serious people, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Then so this is one that I'm not positive is a clanger, is more of like a placeholder for a thing I think is clangers. I think everything that is cool about mobilize is made worse by the phrase mobilize X. I think everything that is cool and useful about that keyword, I think unchecking the box just brings it back to like big number Perforos spam. And
this is
it's like, Zinni attack, holy shit everybody.
Yeah, this does feel like Perforos bait. Although I do like the one Mobilize X card that's like Mobilize X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard.
Oh, that's
that one's kind of cool.
That's the other one I hate.
I kind of like that one because this one is just like it just gives you like, oh, you have a monster in play. Here's Mobilize X. The other one, you do need to do some self mill, or some creatures have to have died already. It's probably gonna be Mobilize 3 in most games if you don't do setup.
That's true. But
this one is just like, oh, great job, you put dragon.
Yeah, let me pat you on the butt. Anim Pakal, insert any duo color that uses red, basically. And yeah, like everything that is okay, saying it out loud, I do think the graveyard one miles ahead of Infantry Shield, but I think Infantry Shield is just like, hey, did you resolve Atali? The guild authorizes you to jack off. Good job. Proud of you. And then it becomes Perforos bait. Like I think it's the type of thing people will put into a deck because they think this card is cool. Then because they've put this card in, they will go, interesting, maybe I should try out Impact Tremors. And then before you know it, you have every other Perforos Impact Tremors deck that has ever been printed. And it's almost like Chatterfang in the way where there's a ton of decks it can go in, but the act of including it begins to warp the play pattern because you're like, oh, this is kind of good. Maybe I should lean into this a little bit more. Not to the same extent as Chatterfang, but I think it's a similar process.
All right. Here, I need to hit you with some new sauce because there have been more cards that have been revealed. Let's just do the red one first, the enchantment.
Oh yeah, the one we all hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, us the fun haters who don't love dragon players.
Okay, so there's 2 games with Draco Genesis. There's 2 players that put this in their deck. First player, Mana Geyser, Draco Genesis. It's turn 4. They win. Second player, Draco Genesis, draw it for turn. You never see your 6th land because you have a 33 land dragons deck.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 instances of Dracogenesis, and both of those are not fun play patterns. The difference between this and Rooftop Storm. Rooftop Storm, zombies always have been on that bullshit. They've always been doing combo shit. The Gravecrawler's been always free. Gravecrawler is 0 mana already. So that card was already like doing it. That's just the zombie flavor. Dragons for free, crazy, especially with the fact that Tiamat just exists.
Yeah, I think Dracogenesis is another candidate for immediate bracket 4 prison, not because the card itself is strong, but because I think 90% of players that use Dracogenesis are going to put it in a Tiamat deck and are going to go, Llanowar Elf, Cultivate, Sky Shroud Claim, Win Attempt. And that is just the most dog shit play pattern I can think of for Tiamat decks, is they just go ramp, 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 Tiamat on stack with Dracogenesis in play. Do I get to win?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what this card boils down to.
And I think that the
what cheats an 8-mana enchantment into play? Rampant Growth.
Yeah, Rampant Growth, Sky Shroud Claim, known fucking cheatery. But that's what makes it bad, is we're gonna have these people who build their decks around pie in the sky Dracogenesis Dreams and are going to ramp a ton and threaten Dracogenesis, and then when you target them, are going to be like, why me? I haven't done anything yet. And it's, bitch, you are holding up free dragons for the whole game.
Yeah, my question is why weren't Tiamat players already doing this with Omniscience? And the answer is just because it's not a fun or good plan.
Oh, hold on. No. It's because Omniscience says from hand.
From hand. Oh, okay, never mind.
The reason Tiamat players weren't already doing this is because if you stick Omniscience and Tiamat's in the command zone, you don't just win that turn. This does.
I know Tiamat was already doing Dream Halls.
Mm-hmm.
That was already a thing happening with Tiamat. So yeah, I guess the fact that you can just Tiamat from command zone.
Yeah,
wow,
every Tiamat player, every bracket 3 Tiamat player is going to slot this into their deck, ruin at least one Gen Pop game with it, and not understand why they've done anything wrong. Why not Command Beacon Omniscience? Why not use 2 card instead of 1 card? Why not make something twice as hard for no reason?
I mean, theoretically, fucking possible, I guess. Great. Man. Well,
Yeah, so
Dracogenesis. I mean, whatever. It's fine.
I mean,
I don't think I'm ever going to see this card.
This set was a ton of interesting mechanics, and then the dragon players got junk food.
Yeah.
Right? That's every dragon card. Every dragon card is, hey, self-mill. Hey, aggro aristocrats. Hey, Abzan counters. We're giving you all of these tools to work with. Dragon players, we're stopping by Wendy's on the way home. And we just got them all a bunch of fucking french fries. No, Z just opened fucking Ugan. God damn it.
Is that a goddamn it because you know that they're going to put it in a deck against you?
Actually, thankfully, I don't think they will. They do not play colorless. I'm actually going to count that. That is one fewer copy of Ugan in the world that Joe Johnson can pull.
But that's that's just pack opening reinforcement. I think Z's already too far gone, but pulling the Ugan, they're never gonna set a pack down ever again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
so you can move on to yours. I'm gonna also drop 2 new ones on you. In place of my previous last year, because I did have a couple repeats because we were talking about legendaries.
I don't have as stark of a distaste for this, but this is just more, hey, dragon players, we're going to Wendy's. What if you just got a bunch of free shit?
I don't have a strong opinion on this one. I think the one dragon that's like your dragons turn into like bombs is way scarier. It's the 6-mana red one that says whenever a dragon you control deals combat damage to a player, you can have this dragon like rip your opponent's dicks off. It does like 4 per dragon that hits. So like lathless players swing with like 4 dragons, kill a player, and then the other 4 also take that damage.
God damn.
Yeah, like that card's like seems way more busted than this one. And even then this one's like kind of fair. Like if there's already a huge dragon on board, like what's 5 more big dragons on board?
But this one is just like, I don't think unfair. I'm just like, eh.
Yeah, I agree. Oh my gosh, green gets to put things into play for free again?
Yeah, oh my god. What? You dealt combat damage and you got a free permanent out of it? You're joshing me. So that's why I don't like this one.
Gosh.
Rather than it being like, oh my god, so busted.
Yeah, I'm surprised this doesn't say like draw a card, then put a dragon permanent into your hand, like
True.
from your hand into play, right?
Draw equal to damage, put that many permanents onto the field.
That seems like a better green card to me, or like it would see like, or rather an on par one for what we normally see. This
pull.
This one makes me smile.
What do you got against Lotus Light Dancers?
Okay, so this card I was originally like, oh my god, this is so cool, right? I was like making cool packages with it, right? The toolbox player, oh my gosh, the toolbox player loves the toolbox. No way. But here's the thing. This is just like, this just wins. You get Dread Return, you get Thassa's Oracle, you get like a green card, I guess. And you go. There's a Thassa's Oracle pile with this.
Right, but I'm gonna contest that fucks up the card, because I think that just comes back to like, yeah, every tutor is as lame as the tutor target.
Yeah, but this one like is like a 1 card does it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think the answer to that is just like, why is the combo package in your deck? Like there's a million Sultai things you can grab that are not graveyard doomsday pile. It's like, yeah, we can
yeah, no, I agree. I have a couple off to the side if you want to talk about how this card can be cool.
Like
but
this
it's like I think this this goes on the stack against counterspelled.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something in this card's defense. I think this is very Sultai Hashatan. I think this is exactly as cool or as stupid as the things you are using it to go grab. I think this is a
purity test is what you're saying.
Yes, it's another grocery cart morality test where you can like 100% grab goofy dog shit, and you can 100% grab, hey, if this resolves, I win. Cool. So I do think it's on the player. I think it's like, it's very, it's a difficult temptation for the average player to resist, but I think if you can, the card does have a lot of space to be new hotness.
Okay, but like, hear me out though. Like, what if the alternate thing that like the average player is doing is also like dog shit? Because that's like what I think about this. Because like, this is one of the best things I could come up with. And this feels like Timmy's going to pull it out. Dread Return Narcomoeba Galta. If you have one other creature, you can get a turn 5 Galta into play off this card.
Okay. That sounds normal to me.
Yeah, it is kind of normal, I guess.
Like honestly, if the Galta player wants to do that, good for fucking them. Finally, a second way to get Galta into play is hit the fucking building.
All right, you know what? I'll take it off. I'll take it off.
If I've seen people go like, I don't know, elf Galta. So right. I'm not phased. I'm not phased by they're gonna do.
All right, I'll tell you what. Take Lotus Light Dancers off this. I pulled it off.
Okay.
Just put Thassa's Oracle on here.
Yeah. I do think Lotus Light Dancers 100% purity test that a ton of people are gonna fail. There's a really funny one that's mass diminish until end of turn. Creatures target player controls have base power and toughness 1/1. It has flashback 3 and a blue. And you can also get Archfiend of Sorrows. My friend calls it Archfiend of Showers.
And and you can unearth that for 3 black black, and creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until their turn. So for 9 mana, you can plague win somebody.
Yeah, that's fucking dope. That's fucking dope. I'm sorry, for the cost of plague wind, you can plague win somebody after setting it up with this toolbox tutor. Yeah, this guy fucking rock. You know what?
Yeah.
Just for this shit, I'm putting him on the bangers list. We can revisit this in a moment, but like I think this guy fucks. Unless you suck, and then I think he sucks, and I think a lot of people are going to use him for ill, or them for ill, because it's
I agree. I agree with the purity test.
Yeah, but definitely purity test. It's very tempting to fail, and like honestly, the fact that it gets 3, I think this is going to expose a lot of decks that have incidental combos, like people that were trying to skate on, oh, my deck's not that powerful, it's just like if it happens it happens type of dog shit Exodia combo. Now Lotus Light is going to be like, oh, I guess Exodia's here, and I hope that it shows those people stop playing those fucking combos in the deck, unless the deck is just
or
meant
lean
to be,
into them.
Right, pick a lane, pick a lane of either we're going to be good or we're going to be bad. Yeah, like Bahamut, some people are just gonna go like, I get Filth, I get Wonder, and I get a green flashback card. check me, and like, you rock. The world needs those people.
I'm really excited for the Bloodghast Life from the Loam Deep Analysis pile, where you go flashback Deep Analysis, dredge Life from the Loam, get back a couple lands, and then proceed to play a land, get Bloodghast back into play. Oh. That's such a cool lands pile.
All right, and now I think last of the clangers, you put up Smile at Death. Tell me something.
Yeah. This triggers on your upkeep. That's it. It's like so bad. This is 5 mana, do nothing. It's 5 mana, it does actually nothing. So, okay, 5 mana, okay, walk into the Mind Palace with me.
Mm-hmm.
So, 5 mana.
Right.
You've cast this card.
Yeah.
End step. Pass. Okay, great. Upkeep. I'll return my Secure Tribelder and my Spore Frog.
Mm-hmm.
Pass. I'll sack them both. Upkeep. I'll bring back my Secure Tribelder and my Spore Frog. No one's doing cool shit with this.
Yeah, so terminally Rizless.
Oh my god. And then also, like, dies to removal is not an argument for a card, except when that card's expensive and it does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've paid 5 mana to time walk yourself. Your opponent disenchant becomes time walk when you cast this card. Because you go 2 mana, blow up your Smile at Death that you spent your whole turn casting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play my other card. I'll swing at you. Your turn. Like, but you just skipped your turn.
And
your cards need to have impact.
Okay, let me ask you this: how many turns does this need to stick before you're like, this was worth casting?
I think 3. I'd be pretty happy with. If this stayed in play, if it had indestructible and hexproof and couldn't be farewelled for the first 3 turns of the game, or like for the first 3 turns that entered play, I'd be pretty happy with it. The issue is that means that you now also have to draw it on like turn 4 after ramping. Because if you top this turn 10, you're in hell.
Yeah, that is true. Turn 10, hey, Esper Sentinel's back to play. That is fucking... But, okay, hold on. What about Modular, though? Because you get counters on them.
Oh, okay. Modular's a little cute.
Modular Nethroi? Modular Nethroi? Loving this? Hello?
Modular is a little cute. You can get Death Shadows back and it'll die instantly.
Beautiful. I will tentatively agree that I do think this is like a trap, right? This is trying to trick Mardu players into making mistakes with what they tap out for.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, no, this is very narrow, very bad. People see the Mythic, people see, oh my god, returning things. I've been cutting on Earth from some of my decks, honestly, like Reanimate effects.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of bad. They're very often rotting in your hand.
More often than not, what I end up doing is if I recommend Reanimator to a deck, 9 times out of 10, I'm recommending a mass reanimation package at the end of a self-mill game plan. But like
Yeah.
one-off reanimation, I don't know, man. Play a land and just cast the motherfucker. As somebody who loves, I have gotten to, I think like I'm getting close to double-digit times in my life. I have done turn 1, miss land drop, discard something fat to hand size, reanimate it, and it just always sucks.
Yeah. That's just the sad truth about cards like this and Reanimator in general. It's just like, yeah, there's so many answers to it. If it doesn't have an impact on the game right the fuck now, like reanimating, for example, Villas Broker of Blood's very good because you reanimate Villas.
Yeah.
You lose 8 life, it enters, you draw 8. That's very good. Reanimate Atraxa, of course, insanely great. But getting back Sakura Tribe Elder every turn is like, this is not worth 5 mana.
Okay. Then are you ready to move on to the other bangers?
Yes. I'm ready to bang it out.
Excellent. So I'm going to pull up your other banger, you little stacks dipshit. Tell us about Clarion
I'll drop my
Conqueror.
new 5 on here. They have not changed much.
Okay.
So, yeah, Clarion Conqueror, me and Snail were both geeking out about this card. I think we sent like a collective like 50 messages combined about it.
Because fuck planeswalkers, am I right? That's why,
well, yeah,
right?
Ugin still fucks this card though, which is what's so bullshit. You cast Ugin, you exile this, and then you plus Ugin and you start exiling everything else. But so the thing with Clarion Conqueror that I love is that it's symmetrical. There's so often that we get asymmetrical stacks pieces, and I think they're a little bit boring. I love the fact that Clarion Conqueror is like, hey, listen, man, you can shut off half the game of Magic the Gathering, but you got to build your deck around it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you can't do Selfless Spirit. You can't do, Lorna the Third Path is still a good card because it has a triggered ability, but you can't tap her for card draw. You can't crack clues. You can't crack map tokens. You have a lot of game that's shut off for you from this. And, of course, it's not hard to jump through that hoop, but the hoop is there. Also, of course, I'm a triggered ability fiend. I love flickering shit. This doesn't touch triggered abilities, so you can have this in a fucking flicker ETB deck and shut off every other ability except for enters, which is like, hey,
inverse torpor orb.
Yeah, so
okay,
it is inverse torpor orb. It shuts off everything except for enter the battlefield abilities. And I just like that it's symmetrical. I think it's a really charming design. I wish it had 2 toughness so I could recruit her the guard for it.
God damn you. God damn you. I'll agree. I mean, I don't play enough high power to get to stacks it up a ton, but I love playing stacks when I'm playing in high power. So I am always down for another stacks piece. And notably, this is hit by all of the Abzan shit we were talking about that would love to do little dipshit army.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm going to pull up one of the ones I love, which I have to do from Scryfall Advanced because I did not gather my list ahead of time. It is the new Jeskai enchantment. It is Aligned Heart. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you put a rally counter on the enchantment, then create a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess for each rally counter on it. I like this specifically for the mid-range Jeskai thing I was talking about. Like, holy shit, the Jeskai player does not have to be as afraid of a board wipe anymore. Because it used to be like, if you, again, and this is again specifically lower power Jeskai players who are not trying to just like instantly like storm turn 5, I win, fuck you all, but who want to be able to play Jeskai with their friends who like dinosaurs, but they just get shit on because they had to leave all of the good Jeskai cards at the door. Like, Aligned Heart gives you a way to build back a board state quickly if you get hit with a creature-specific wrath. Like, this shit definitely deserves removal, but if people burn removal on this, then hopefully one of your good creatures isn't getting removal. So, like, late game, snap, you get an army again. If people aren't interrupting you, it's going to give you a wide enough board that you can kill everybody instead of just killing one person a turn. I really like it. I really like it for the kind of like Thunder Junction, type of spell slinger we saw, which was like, I'm not taking a storm count 10 turn. I cast 2 things. They were both pretty good, and I get a cherry on top. Go ahead.
So the play pattern I really like with this card is I play 2 and a white, get this, I cast preordain, I get a monk. Pass. Untap, upkeep draw. Land, go.
Yep.
Someone tries to remove it, opt, counter spell. Oop,
Yep.
I get a monk token. I get another rally counter and 2 monk tokens. That's sick.
Yeah.
This is actually better than Mentor of the Meek in some instances of draw go, because you are getting exponential monkage as opposed to linear monkage. I think if you're in a control deck that plays Mentor of the Meek, this is the second copy.
Yeah, it's sick as fuck. I really, really like it, and I think I'm finally gonna have a like convention Jeskai list to play at more casual tables where I can use something like this to be relevant in the late game instead of just like, oh, I sit on my hands and I'm the stinky counterspell player, and then oop, I either win or the dinosaur player tries to win and I go, I guess I'm out of interaction. So yeah, I think this bangs incredibly.
Yeah, no, that's a really cool design.
All right, let me pull up your next one. All right, Voice of Victory, mobilize to on an almost Grand Abolisher effect. So it's just spells, but they can still activate abilities.
Grand Abolisher 2.
So you just like it for Grand Abolisher? That's it. Fuck you, let me win.
That's it. That's the end of my thought process. Yeah, I play this on turn 2, and now it's my turn. Okay, my turn. No one else's.
Only me.
Only me. No one else gets to play. So like, I love that because the mobilize is not nothing either. Like, it's cool to get in with combat damage. If you have this is really good in Cutsil, Malamet Exemplar, because you get to go. You have 2 of these effects. You have one from the command zone, which is like, oh, no opponent spells on my turn from the command zone. But you also have this one as a backup. And then on top of that, with any anthem, attacking with this creature is like myriad. And if you get through with those tokens, pow, 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 you ancestral recall. It'll be pretty hard to get through those. But anyway, I still enjoy this card quite a bit, just as like, hey, listen, you get multiple Grand Abolishers now. Because I honestly think that's one of the better effects in white, for especially like in CEDH, this card's great. It's also insane. Oh my god,
this is
no.
Tim, I was about to say this is going to trick so many Najeela players into thinking they're back, when in reality it's just going to be Timna staple.
Yeah, this is a Timna card.
Yeah.
I don't play too much CEDH. In fact, I basically play none at all. I like to watch it though, and I know I'm going to see this card hit the stack. I'm going, yeah.
Elk likes to watch. Confirmed. Hold on, time boom. Got him.
I love to watch.
Got him. GG's. Yeah, this thing is fucked up and good in CEDH, I believe.
Yeah, and I think it's perfectly fine at casual tables too. Like, oh, I'm gonna play Voice of Victory and also slam my giant Cathar's Crusade. Normally, the blue player counters the spell out of the fuck out of that thing, you know. But nope, it just resolves. Very clean. I move to combat. You're dead, right?
Yeah. Okay, I think one of my problems is a lot of the cards I think are cool out of this set are in the command zone. And then we already covered Lotus Light Dancers, but like the next one that I think is really cool is Narset. Like, holy shit, thank you. Like, thank you, Wizards, for giving us Storm that is not limited to instants and sorceries. And thank you.
Yeah, you swung me on. You swung me on our set.
My whole list is just round of applause for Wizards for us getting mid-range Storm. Like, all of us in bracket 2 are eternally grateful to you. And so we can just fucking breeze past that one to my new best friend, but one of your cards, Caldera Pyrema.
Yeah, I fail to see what anyone could hate about this card. This is super gutter snipe. This is the world's largest gutter snipe.
Gutterer snipe.
Yeah, so I like it. I don't really have much else thought about it.
Well, it's
I
like
like
gutter
that it's
railgun, and
yeah.
I have a million thoughts about it because like it's another thing of just great fucking inevitability. Because one of the things, like I remember there was, I'm not gonna name drop, but I was playing a like is it Spellslinger list. This was back when I was still trying to do like Spellslinger but fair, and it was like a goddamn, I don't know, it was like an edited Edgin deck. After I had gotten to take it on, shuffle up and play, I kept tooling around with it, and I got gutter snipe out, and I had to set up like the storm turn, and the air just went out of the room, and they were all like, "Oh, you got it, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got it." Because if you want it to be storm and you're working with gutter snipe, like gutter snipe, supremely good card if you spell it right for Spellslinger decks. 2's not very much damage. And so you have to build these storm engines that are just crazy reliable to have any hope of winning. Versus Caldera Pyrama is going to grow so quickly and hit everyone so hard so fast that you can get back to this kind of like, oh yeah, it's not storm count 5, but it's like, holy shit, this dragon's a 10/10. What you got?
Yeah. For me, I see Caldera Pyrama and I'm like, yeah, this goes insane, of course, with like, you know, your stupid fucking Past in Flames turn. Right. But also there's a card called Virtue of Courage. And it's so funny. It's so funny. I like if your deck is all rituals and card draw, Virtue of Courage is 5 mana, like let's go gambling. Let's see if I win this turn. And the great news about this non-deterministic storm sort of thing going on is that it's not quite as slow as a non-deterministic storm turn would be. Because you go cast a spell, everyone takes 4. I exile the top 12. I get to now cast a couple spells from here, and then eventually everyone just fucking dies. Because then you're exiling 15, 18, and then like they're dead. They're dead after the like 5th spell. So
the last
it's big fun. I love anything with Virtue of Courage.
Yeah, the last thing I'm gonna say in this card's offense as well is, this, I think, solves a really common Spellslinger problem, which is you begin doing setup and you get board wiped incidentally. Somebody lays down a Wrath effect because the Gruul player was popping off, but like your Gutter Snipe is gone, your Archmage Emeritus is gone, whatever. And previously, if you were just like Firebrand Archer, turn 5, you wanted to turn inside out. If you get board wiped, untap, land drop, Caldera Pyrama, you're fucking back. You're fucking back in the game off of that. So I love that.
Yeah, not to mention the Wrath players like curled up in a ball in their mind after that one.
Yeah. So I think it's very, very good. And then I think let's just keep breezing on through yours, you little Mardu lover. We have Mardu Siegebreaker.
Mardu Siegebreaker. So yeah, Mardu Siegebreaker is crazy good. I don't even know what to say really. This design's just so strong.
I haven't even,
because you go
Death Touch Haste, ETB, exile something you control till it's gone. When you attack, for each opponent, make a tapped and attacking copy of the exiled card. Holy shit.
Yeah, this card's fucking stupid. So, of course, hang on. Everyone hops on the ETB stuff. Of course, Pyroglyph under this is stupid. Like, so dumb. Because if Pyroglyph is even just a 3 power creature, you get how many triggers? It's 3. You get 9, right?
3, 6, 9. Damn, Goyf's fine.
Yeah, I think you get 9.
Goyf it to me, baby. One more time.
You get 9 lightning bolts on the stack if you curve Pyroglyph into this.
Horrifying.
Which is stupid. But I'm going to argue the more fun way to build this card is with like Master of Cruelties or Unstoppable Slasher.
Oh, I hate you. Like, the more fun way.
The more fun way. But like you're not making it unblockable, right? You're not making the Master of Cruelties unblockable. You're just giving it Myriad. Block this, fuck. All 3 of you.
Block this, fucko.
That's what I'm saying. That's way cooler than ETB's Someone Dies.
Yeah, I do think that is like, this is the sauce. If this was legendary, maybe then Mardu aggro could break into CEDH, but today is not that day.
Yeah, this card's great with narv, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because, yeah. Like, this is a narv snap include.
This does. God, that is sick. I cannot allow Z to learn about this card. This is the one that will ruin my fucking life because they love Mardu. Ugan I will duck because they do not play colorless. But if Z learns about Mardu Siegebreaker, I am ruined. Okay. Then last but not least, I don't know why it copied differently, but Naker's Rhythm. X green. Oh, you little, god damn it. Of course we're ending with go to or something, elk boy. Go get Philia. Go get Philia in your Corridora deck.
I'm not putting this in my Selesnya deck, believe it or not. I'm only putting this in Farrakha because this is great in a self-mill deck. You mill this over and you can cast it from your graveyard for the harmonize. Farrakha has 5 power. This is green gets Seedborn Muse in that deck.
Yeah, I mean, I'll accept it just because I like harmonize.
Yeah, I love this is probably the best instance of harmonize to me. Also, it's quadruple green, which is like, welcome.
I do think this is another really good gridlock breaker. Like if you have big creature, can't figure out how to win, but if you have 4 green, big creature, can't figure out what the fuck to do, this can get you something that can maybe break the gridlock. So I will accept it on those.
Yeah,
notes.
You also have the play pattern of green, tap your big creature, and then green, same turn. For 6 green mana, you get 2 creatures into play.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Because you can tap the new creature you just got to the harmonize. It doesn't care about summoning sickness. But I really do like it in self-mill, where you happen to mill it over.
Oh yeah,
and then you get to use the harmonize as like a flashback sort of deal.
Every harmonized card is so insane in self-mill decks. Yeah, it's beautiful. But the also somebody said
I do have an honorable. Oh, sorry.
1 sec. Somebody said you get Craterhoof turn 4 in standard with this one. That would be like straight up normal for current standard. Yeah, like you'd lose. You'd lose.
Yeah, I do think this card is. Yeah, people were losing their mind about this card. Oh my god, it's better than Green Sun Zenith. It's not better than Green Sun Zenith. The difference between green and green is insane. It's not even close.
Oh yeah, somebody's never had to play fucking comp Magic. They think those pips don't matter. Zilla, welcome to the stream. 4.5 hours into the set review.
I went ahead and passed you just one honorable mention. This was revealed today. Also, I think our first and only uncommon.
Wait, is this just powered down a braid?
No,
both.
One or both.
Both. Ooh.
And that's what I thought too. I was like, why did they print 3 mana a braid? Nope, or both is on this card.
I kind of fuck with that. There's like a million artifacts that need to die.
Yeah, this is like Crush Contraband. In my mind, for red, for 1 less mana.
Like we do need more. We do, God, with how creep is getting in Commander, I feel like we do need more things that are a little bit more costly, but also go bang bang instead of just bang. Because it just feels like every game we play now, like the board is awash in problematic permanents.
Yeah, +2 happiness, really good in Hinata, really good with mountains. Like I think this card's just good. I do like the non-creature artifacts. They know that these little gremlins are gonna like, oh, I'm gonna liquid metal torque your creature. with the array to make it into a doom blade. And I'll 2-for-1 you on creatures. No, you have to hit a non-creature artifact. That I appreciate. That.
Yeah, I do fuck with that. Yeah, and this is again like they did. It feels like they had a really, really high duty of care with respect to how do we make this set really cracked, and how do we stop this set from having too many bullshit interactions. Or they put all of the bullshit interactions onto Ugan and held it back everywhere else. They were like, we're putting all of the set's bullshit budget on Ugan, and then we're gonna make sure Overwhelming Surge
don't
doesn't
make
fuck
Ugan
up.
into a martyr.
Yeah,
We hate that card.
Ugan died for the sins of the rest of this set, and then everything else in this set was like kind of shockingly responsible for how powerful it is.
Oh, but yeah, this card just got revealed today. Yeah.
I do have one more honorable mention I wanted to do. What was it?
Yeah, fire away.
It's fixed Hullbreaker Horror. I can't remember its name. It's the 6
Oh, the dragon, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 6-mana dragon. Hold on. Return
Less.
Permanent less.
It is Hammerhead Tyrant.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, he's kind of cute.
I love this because, yeah, 1, because he is a cutie, and 2, because there's so many decks where this type of I'm going to boing flip you is a reasonable way to clear the board for them to finish things off. But Hullbreaker Horror was just so fucking strong that you couldn't play it. Like, Hullbreaker Horror was like instant, okay, penis explosion chamber, you're in bracket 4 prison. Whereas Hammerhead Tyrant seems like this is kind of that another Jeskai mid-range top end. Okay, I'm gonna clear off your good shit, and me and my boys are gonna beat you to death.
Yeah, Hullbreaker Horror hits the stack, and it's like they're either gonna like bounce your whole shit with like a bunch of 1-drops, or they're going to proceed to like masturbate with Soul Ring and Mana Vault, right?
Right.
Yeah, but this one is the fact that it's equal to or less than that spell's mana value is like the crucial text on this card.
Yeah, it saves so much shit. It's fucking and can't bounce spells, so cannot bounce the like kill spell for this guy. And it's non-land permanent and opponent control, so you can't. This is again like duty of care on preventing people from just jorking it in the Wendy's. Right? Like we all went and got fast food, but we're not bouncing spells off the stack. We're not infinitely bouncing our own board. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a
okay.
fan.
For closing thoughts, have you seen the utility lands from this set? Alex asked me about that. The Will of the Abzan cards are terminally whatever. Those are just extremely normal cards.
Yeah.
But
I like the Will's cycle is like fine. They're all very good Magic cards, but there's nothing that like blows me away with them. As for the land cycle, the blue one's obviously like kind of the most applicable.
Oh, right. Shit can't be countered.
Yeah, it's obviously
spell.
like decent. Yeah, it's decent. It's very good. I think the one that I'm gonna end up playing the most is the Surveil land, and it's just because it's really good with Seaborn Muse, which is the green one.
God damn you.
I mean, that's what I'm doing with Seedborn Muse, man. I'm surveilling 2 every turn.
Yeah, this just seems very much like, hey, well, it's crazy. It's like everything is a pretty decent mana dump, and then it's like CDH All-Star. Bunch of mana dumps, and then hey, Mistrise Village. Yeah, Mistrise is checking for Team Your Colors, Jomi. It's just like, hey, did you not draw Cavern of Souls this game?
Yeah, Mistrise is obviously the best one. I mean, the other 4 are kind of just whatever.
Yeah. All right, Nightshade 1212. Thank you for that Prime sub. Elk, do you have any final thoughts?
Overall, I like what I'm seeing. I'm excited for a lot of the cards in the set. I mean, that's all I can really ask for.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's been too much creeping. It feels like everything's been like decently fine except for Ugan.
Yeah, I think all of the creep happened at like bracket 2, if that makes any sense. Like all of the things that seem crazy are game enders for bracket 2 games, or in some cases bracket 3 games, which I think feels a lot worse than Ugan style power creep of like, okay, straight to bracket 4 jail.
Yeah, there's not a lot in this, like, in the set that makes me go, oh, I'm gonna hate to see that. I'm not excited. Except for Ugan. That's the only card that really has me going, fuck, I'm gonna have to kill colorless players faster now.
Yeah, like, okay, you did have Soul Ring in your opening hand. Well, I'm gonna start playing Infect.
Ugan isn't bracket 4 plus playable. Honestly, it's too expensive.
Deeply
My
untrue.
man, have you seen Kozilek's Command? That shit's coming down turn 4 latest.
That take I think is an artifact of how disparate bracket 4 metas are, because like half of the bracket 4 metas are, oh, I'm doing a Thorical Consult combo, but it's not technically CEDH because I didn't bring any protection counter spells. And then half of bracket 4 is like big shit Eldrazi rampers who bring no interaction period. Like it super is. All you're just saying is your local bracket 4 meta doesn't do big splashy things like this, which is fine.
When you get hit by the fucking like turn 1 Soul Ring Mana Vault pass, and then Ugan comes down +0 3 colorless. Welcome to hell. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, like your argument being Hullbreaker Horror is better than this does not push it out of the bracket.
Yeah, a thermonuclear bomb is better than like a fucking Moab.
Right. It's
Great
like,
job.
oh god. Oh god, this bigger nuke is better than the intercontinental ballistic missile. Like they're both just You said Ugan isn't Hullbreaker level. That is word for word what you said. Ugan is not Hullbreaker level. Oh, somebody else said it was. Oh yeah, Wobbler, you're talking crazy. Wobbler, you're talking crazy shit. But again, this is Ugan's 100% bracket 4 playable. But anyway, set fucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
What, you trying to go raid my girlfriend right now?
I will happily raid Z with you.
Hell yeah.
That's
you don't have to. If you have other friends that you want to raid, that's also cool. Before we close for the day, everybody go subscribe to 33 Elk on YouTube if you want deck techs, if you want fun decks to play, if you want good advice about building commander decks. Thank you, Elk, for being here. I'm going to pull up my girlfriend to raid. My stream raid command is the indestructible Justin copy pasta, but I do think that Cloudbot's down or something, because I saw somebody do ! Justin earlier in the stream and it didn't work.
Right.
So, let me make sure this is. Oh yeah, it was off. It's on now. There we go. Indestructible Justin.
I don't feel like being creative, so please, my viewers, also just steal.
Please also slurp that shit up. Oh shit! Z just pulled a pretty art. All right, I'm hitting the raid button. Everybody, be kind. Rewind. I will see you motherfuckers tomorrow. And
Bye.
YouTube, that's just gonna be it for us.